Chapter 1782. Hehehehe. While the three parties were in a stalemate, Yang Kai suddenly let out a sly laugh. Zilong frowned, turned his eyes towards him, and asked with some displeasure, "Boy, what are you laughing at?" Yang Kai just glanced at him coldly and did not say anything. Zilong narrowed his eyes as a cold light flashed across them. A trivial origin returning realm master daring to ignore him. This brat simply didn't know how high the heavens were. Although he was annoyed in his heart, he was still able to endure. On the other hand, Zidong, who was next to him, turned to Yang Kai and shouted, "Boy, didn't you hear my father ask you a question? Are you deaf?" Yang Kai glanced at him, pretended to pick his ears, then stretched out his hand in the direction of Zilong and Zidong and sneered, "Do I have to answer his question? What does he count for? And who do you think you are?" Yang Kai had no grievances with Zilong and Zidong, but just now, Zilong had directly attacked him. If it weren't for his strength, he likely would have suffered a tragic fate. The other party was a second-order origin king, so attacking him was already bullying him, not to mention a sneak attack. This annoyed Yang Kai greatly, and at this moment, Zidong was acting so domineering and arrogant, making him even more disdainful. As such, Yang Kai was not polite at all to this father and son pair. Hearing him speak so rudely, the murderous intent in Zilong's eyes intensified while Zidong laughed in anger. "Good, you've got guts. This young master hasn't met someone with such guts in a long time. Just you wait, in half an hour, this young master will personally take your life." "Zidong, is it?" Yang Kai squinted at him with a disdainful expression. "I don't know if you've ever heard of a saying." "What?" Zidong looked at Yang Kai with a sneer. "A dog that bites doesn't bark. Dogs that bark like you generally don't bite." Kai Yang laughed mischievously. "You're cursing me?" Zidong's face suddenly became cold. His tone became cold. "So what if I scold you?" Laughing heartily, Kai Yang put on a deranged look and winked at him. Waving his hands, he continued to provoke him. "Come and hit me. Come and hit me. Come and kill me if you have the guts, you idiot." Zidong Lai's lungs were about to explode. As the young master of Purple Star, his status was extremely high. His cultivation was not bad, so no matter where he went, he would be praised and supported like a moon surrounded by stars. If he did not see eye to eye with someone, he would give an order, and that person would definitely not live to see the sun of the next day. When had he ever been instigated like this and been unable to do anything about it? If it was any other time, he had already rushed over to teach Yang Kai a lesson. But in this damned place, in this medicine valley covered by the seven-colored radiant light, even if he wanted to humiliate Yang Kai, no matter how much he wanted to vent his anger, he could only think about it. He didn't have the ability to pass through the seven-colored radiant light and reach Yang Kai. He had never encountered such a depressing matter before. He only felt extremely vexed. He couldn't wait to rush over and beat Yang Kai to a pulp. Zidong glared at Yang Kai viciously, his eyes blazing with hatred and anger. "Idiot!" Yang Kai coldly snorted and spat in the direction of Zidong and Zilong, a look of disdain filling his face. "Just you wait. Half an hour later, I will let you know the consequences of provoking this young master," Zilong said fiercely. "Do you only know how to shout?" Yang Kai looked at him disdainfully. Zidong looked angry and seemed to want to say something, but Zilong glared at him and said lightly, "Why waste your breath with him? In half an hour, he will be a dead man. What's the point of saying so much to a dead man?" Zidong's heart clenched as he realized that his father was a little dissatisfied with his performance. Quickly nodding humbly, he no longer wasted his breath on Yang Kai, but the look on his face became even more vicious. Obviously, he was thinking about how to deal with Yang Kai half an hour later to wash away his shame. "Ha ha ha ha." On the side, Su Wei burst into laughter and clapped his hands. "Interesting, interesting, very interesting. Boy, you really are interesting." This old master suddenly found himself very interested in you. He had been standing nearby and watching coldly as Yang Kai unscrupulously offended Zilong and Zidong, acting as if he didn't know the difference between life and death. At the same time, he also felt that there was something wrong with Yang Kai's head. Didn't he know that once the seven-colored radiant light retreated, he would definitely die? Furthermore, judging from his cursing and provocation just now, Zilong definitely wouldn't simply kill him. He would definitely torture him properly. This boy was simply asking for trouble. If he had swallowed his anger and taken the initiative to withdraw when the seven-colored radiant light retreated, he might have been able to save his life. But now, Su Wei looked at Yang Kai as if he was looking at a dead man. How about it, boy? Are you interested in joining forces with this old master? Su Wei proposed with a smile. Join forces with you? Yang Kai looked at Su Wei and curled his lips. Not interested. This young master hasn't forgotten how you treated me before. Young man, you should speak with some dignity. Su Wei's face went cold. Yang Kai actually dared to call himself young master in front of him. It was no different from cursing him. Do I need to do that for someone like you? Yang Kai sneered. Seeing Yang Kai and Su Wei actually having some friction, Zidong suddenly smiled. At this moment, he also felt that Yang Kai's brain was a bit abnormal. Of the three parties present, he was the weakest, but not only did he not know how to keep a low profile, he even dared to act so arrogantly, offending one party and then the other. This was simply courting death. How did someone with such poor eyesight cultivate to the third-order origin returning realm? Elder Su, this little brat seems to be looking down on you. Zidong sneered as he tried to sow discord. Su Wei frowned and ignored Zidong. After all, Zilong's existence made him extremely wary, so he didn't want to play along with Zidong's words, lest he fall into some kind of trap. Moreover, if he wanted to obtain the enlightenment flower, his strength alone was absolutely not enough. Although Yang Kai seemed to be mentally unstable, he had just resolved Zilong's attack, so his strength was quite good. Perhaps Su Wei could use this young man's strength to delay Zilong's speed. As long as there was a moment of opportunity, Su Wei could obtain the enlightenment flower and immediately escape. He couldn't beat Zilong, but escaping shouldn't be a problem. Fine, this old master won't bother arguing with you. Su Wei waved his hand in a seemingly magnanimous manner before continuing to look at Yang Kai. In fact, this old master doesn't have much enmity with you. It's just that there were some misunderstandings before. Misunderstandings? Yang Kai chuckled. Then this misunderstanding is a bit too big. Su Wei frowned and said with a sincere expression, Boy, in this place, every man for himself is a very normal thing to do. This old master's previous actions were indeed wrong, but if you want to pursue the matter, this old master can compensate you. He mentioned it casually, but did not specify what kind of compensation he wanted, instead continuing, But let's not talk about this for now. This old master wants to cooperate with you. What do you think? How do we cooperate? Yang Kai asked casually while dispelling the medicinal efficacies in his body. Simple. The two of us will join forces and exchange a few moves with this Purple Star's sect master. You should know how precious the enlightenment flower is, so if you and I don't join forces, neither of us will be able to obtain the enlightenment flower and will only benefit others, Su Wei said solemnly. Yang Kai raised his brow but did not answer immediately, seemingly pondering this. On the other side, Zilong's eyes flashed as he stared at Su Wei faintly and said, Su Wei, you're being too presumptuous. Do you think you can snatch the enlightenment flower from this king's hands by joining forces with this boy? Su Wei laughed loudly. Whether I can snatch it or not, I'll have to try to find out. 5 enlightenment flowers are right in front of me, and this Su doesn't want to miss it. This is something this Su is willing to risk his life for. In that case, this king will wait and see if you and this boy can achieve what you want, Zilong said indifferently. Zilong's expression was indifferent. After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes, looking as if he was not affected by external matters. Boy, have you thought it over? Su Wei urged Yang Kai. Look around. There are many spirit flowers and rare grasses here. In addition to the enlightenment flower, there is also heavenly infant grass. Do you know what this heavenly infant grass is? It can be used to refine the Origin King pill. If you can obtain it, your chances of breaking through to the Origin King realm in the future will be much higher. There are also a few Seeking Heart orchids over there. These Seeking Heart orchids are good for tempering one's state of mind. You've achieved so much at such a young age, so your state of mind must be unstable. These Seeking Heart orchids are rare treasures for you. If I succeed, I will only ask for one path understanding flower. Everything else will belong to you. Do you think I am being sincere enough? Indeed. Yang Kai nodded. So you've agreed? Su Wei smiled. Yang Kai shook his head. Su Wei's face sank as he shouted angrily, Boy, are you playing with me? Yang Kai just chuckled. Old dog, do you really think this young master is stupid? Just because you smacked your lips a few times, he became obsessed and let you drive him around? Can't you grow some IQ? I've wasted so many years of my life. I've never seen someone as idiotic as you. Saying so, Yang Kai shook his head and sighed, a bitter look appearing on his face. Being scolded in front of his face, Su Wei's face was gloomy to the extreme and his eyes were spitting fire. Just like Zidong, he could not wait to rush over and beat Yang Kai to a pulp to vent the hatred in his heart. This time, it was Zidong's turn to laugh. Elder Su, this boy doesn't know the difference between life and death. You shouldn't waste your breath on him. What are you shouting for? Yang Kai turned his head to look at him again and continued spewing venom. Can't you just shut your mouth and be a dog that bites? You've never learned your lesson. If I were your father, I would have strangled you to death when you were born. Being able to give birth to such a stupid son, it seems your father isn't much better. Chapter 1783. The smile on Zidong's face froze in an instant as his face twitched violently. Even Zilong opened his eyes and stared deeply at Yang Kai. Even though his temperament was quite good, he was still enraged by Yang Kai. If it weren't for the 7-colored radiant light being able to devour even spiritual energy, he would have definitely used his soul skill to turn Yang Kai into a real idiot and shut him up completely. But right now, even if he had any complaints about Yang Kai, he could only endure them as he was unable to do anything to Yang Kai. He believed that Yang Kai had also noticed this, which was why he was acting so unscrupulously. I, Zidong, swear that in a moment, I will let you taste the cruelest torture in the world. Zidong grit his teeth and spat out in a resentful tone. He was really angry right now. He had been humiliated by Yang Kai again and again in front of his father, even implicating his own father. How could he endure this? He had to make Yang Kai pay an extremely painful price in order to resolve the hatred in his heart. I'm so scared. Yang Kai looked at Zidong coldly. But boy, an oath is not something that can be casually made. If you fail to fulfill it, you will suffer the wrath of the heavens. Zidong glared at Yang Kai but did not say a word. He could see that he was not Yang Kai's opponent in a war of words. After all, he had never had such experience before. After being instigated by Yang Kai several times, Zidong could no longer maintain his composure, and his face was almost distorted. To the side, Zilong frowned. Zidong was blinded by anger and may not have noticed the insidious nature of Yang Kai's words just now, but as an Origin King Realm Master with rich experience, how could he not understand the implications? Yang Kai's words sounded normal on the surface, as if he was just engaging in a meaningless war of words with Zidong. But if one thought about it carefully, it was extremely vicious. Because once Zidong failed to fulfill his oath, Yang Kai's existence would definitely become his heart demon. Zidong was now in the Third Order Origin Returning Realm and was about to break through to the Origin King Realm. This was an extremely critical and important hurdle. If Zidong's heart demon attacked him while he was breaking through, it would cause a huge disturbance to him, resulting in his failure to break through and his soul dissipating. So when Zilong heard Yang Kai's words, he realized how insidious Yang Kai was. This kid's brain wasn't abnormal at all. So why did he have to challenge his limits again and again even though he was clearly alone? Not only did he offend Zidong, but also Su Wei. What was he trying to do? How could he be so confident that he could escape right under Su Wei's and his nose? Although Yang Kai's words, Yang Kai's, Yang's. However, judging from the current situation, this kid absolutely could not be left alive. As long as he lived, he would become a heart demon that interfered with Zidong's breakthrough. So, he had to die. Zilong secretly made up his mind that as soon as the 7-colored radiant light retreated, he would use his full strength to cripple Yang Kai and let Zidong fulfill his oath. After crippling Yang Kai, he would then compete with Su Wei for the Enlightenment Flowers. Zilong was confident that with his strength, it would not be difficult to achieve this step. Boy! Su Wei shouted again. his tone impatient. "This old master will ask you one last time. Do you want to cooperate with this old master or not?" Scram. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in Su Wei's direction with a look of disdain on his face. "Who do you think you are? Why would I need to cooperate with you?" Good, good, good. Su Wei was also angered by Yang Kai. A cold expression appeared on his face as he declared, "Then this old master will see how you die." Yang Kai's death was certain. There was no doubt about that. Su Wei believed that he did not need to take action at all, as Zilong would not let Yang Kai go. So he was too lazy to try to win Yang Kai over and was prepared to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. "Don't worry about it." Yang Kai chuckled and stood in place, stretching his body. Twisting his neck and shaking his shoulders, Yang Kai made a cracking sound, as if he was talking to himself. He seemed to be talking to Zilong and Su Wei. "That's enough. This young master won't waste his breath on you." He looked as if he was ready to go all out. The other three were stunned, not knowing what Yang Kai wanted to do. But in the next moment, their eyes widened as they stared at Yang Kai's movements in a daze, a look of surprise appearing on their faces. On the other side, Kai Yang actually took a step forward with an indifferent expression on his face. Then, he took another step forward, and then another step forward. After 2 steps, Yang Kai arrived at the edge of the safe space provided by the void crack behind him. As long as he took another step forward, he would rush into the 7-colored radiant light, making the situation extremely dangerous. "What's wrong? Feeling that death is certain, you want to commit suicide?" Zidong sneered. He could not think of any other possibility, and although this was unlikely, it was the closest guess he could get to the truth. Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at him but didn't pay any attention to him, instead just taking another step forward and continuing forward. "Haha." Zidong laughed loudly. It seemed that he did not need to do anything to vent the anger in his heart. But just as his laughter rang out, though, it came to an abrupt end. In his line of sight, Kai Yang suddenly disappeared, as if he had never appeared in the first place. In that instant, a wonderful energy fluctuation surged from Yang Kai's body. Where did he go? Zidong was stunned, but in the next moment, from the corner of his eye, he saw a figure suddenly appear on the other side. Zidong looked over and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. The figure that had suddenly appeared. If it wasn't Kai Yang who had just disappeared right under his nose, who else could it be? At this moment, Yang Kai had arrived at another safe zone, and this safe zone was the place where the 5 enlightenment flowers grew. Behind the hillside where the 5 enlightenment flowers grew was a void crack, and it was this void crack's protection that prevented them from being covered by the 7-colored radiant light. When Yang Kai appeared, he happened to be standing right next to the enlightenment flowers. Zidong's face was blank as he looked at Yang Kai and then at the position where he had been standing before, unable to figure out what kind of shocking secret technique Yang Kai had used to cross the barrier of space in an instant and appear 1,000 meters away. Beside him, Zilong's eyes shrank as if he had seen something terrifying, his eyes flashing a shocking light. "Space Force!" Su Wei shouted as he pointed in the direction of Yang Kai and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Little brat, you're actually proficient in the Tao of Space? How come you're proficient in the Tao of Space?" Su Wei's expression changed dramatically, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "Space Force?" Zidong was stunned for a moment, but soon he realized what Su Wei was talking about. For a moment, he stared at Yang Kai with eyes full of disbelief and jealousy. The Tao of Space was an extremely obscure force that was difficult to comprehend and even more difficult to master. There were hundreds of millions of cultivators in the entire star territory, but how many of them understood the Tao of Space? The number was definitely not more than 1,000. Among these 1,000 people, how many were able to cultivate the power of space to a high level? Zidong did not know, but he knew that such a person was definitely rarer than an Origin King Great Alchemist. Purple Star also had cultivators who cultivated the Tao of Space, but it was impossible for them to achieve Yang Kai's feat of disregarding space and teleporting 1,000 meters away. That was true teleportation, not some kind of illusion that was impossible to capture because his speed was too fast. The few cultivators in Purple Star who cultivated the Tao of Space only knew how to repair space arrays. They couldn't even use their space force to do anything else. Even so, the The status of these people in Purple Star was extremely high, and their treatment was even better than ordinary foreign elders. These people could be regarded as Purple Star's treasures. But now, compared to what Yang Kai was doing, the difference was like heaven and earth. If Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of Space made him a master, then these people were like apprentices who had just entered the martial Tao. Even with Zidong's eyesight, he could see that the two were completely incomparable. What kind of opportunity did this unknown little brat have? How could he cultivate the Tao of Space and even reach such a high level of proficiency? Zidong stared at Yang Kai with eyes that could spit fire, the flames of jealousy burning in his heart. He was the young master of Purple Star and was in a privileged position, so why couldn't he cultivate the Tao of Space? If he could master this kind of power, it would definitely be more powerful than cultivating any powerful secret art. Zidong clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unwillingness. So that's how it is. Zilong took a deep breath, the victorious expression on his face no longer appearing as dignified as before. So this is what you're relying on. No wonder you dared to speak so rudely before. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and did not deny it. Not many people knew that he was proficient in the Tao of Space, and he had been concealing it. But at this moment, facing the attraction of these 5 enlightenment flowers, he had no choice but to reveal it. Enlightenment flowers were extremely rare, especially the 5 lavender flowers in front of him. They were quite mature, and if he missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to find another one in the future. Choosing the lesser of 2 evils, this was Yang Kai's choice. Little brat, you seem to be called Yang Kai? Zilong's demeanor was undoubtedly much better than his son's. After learning that Yang Kai was actually proficient in the Tao of Space, although he was shocked, he quickly stabilized his state of mind and asked. Although he hadn't paid much attention to Yang Kai, he had vaguely heard Shui Yu call Yang Kai before, so he remembered his name. So what if I am? Yang Kai looked at Zilong with a sneer. Zilong chuckled, not angered by his son's attitude at all, instead saying in a pleasant tone, "This king attacked you before, it was this king's fault." When he spoke, he wore a sincere look. Father. Zidong looked at Zilong in amazement, his face filled with disbelief. Chapter 1784. His father was the sect master of Purple Star, one of the most powerful people in the entire Purple Star territory. With a single stamp of his foot, the entire Purple Star territory would tremble. Yet this sect master was actually admitting defeat to a young man who had provoked and insulted him before? Zidong could hardly believe his ears, and secretly felt that this world was simply too crazy. You shut up first. Zilong glanced at him faintly with an extremely dignified expression. As soon as their eyes met, Zidong no longer dared to speak. Is this an apology? Yang Kai grinned. Zilong frowned and said lightly, if you say so, then so be it. Since it's an apology, then I'll reluctantly accept it. Reluctantly. Zidong was so angry he almost vomited blood. The sect master of Purple Star had taken the initiative to apologize. But this little brat not only did not show any gratitude, he even said he was reluctant. Did he not know what kind of honor this was? This bastard was simply unforgivable. But what do you want to do? Yang Kai ignored Zidong's glare and instead looked at Zilong with a smile and asked meaningfully. Apologizing was something that could only be done with a few words, so Yang Kai didn't take Zilong's words to heart. On the contrary, it was the other party's attitude that made him secretly vigilant. He did not believe that Zilong could not see the heart demon he had planted in Zidong just now. He did not believe that Zilong would be so magnanimous as to not care about his previous provocation and insults. The sect master of Purple Star was truly terrifying. This king doesn't want to do anything to you. It's just, this king wants to ask you, are you interested in joining my Purple Star? Zilong looked at Yang Kai solemnly and asked, extending an invitation. Join Purple Star? Yang Kai chuckled. Although your cultivation is not yet at the Origin King realm, this king can give you the status of Honored Guest Elder based on your performance just now. Honored Guest Elder. Zidong couldn't help calling out in a low voice. Purple Star's Honored Guest Elder was not an honored guest elder of some sect or family. This represented a kind of strength, a kind of identity. Currently, Purple Star only had 7 honored guest elders, each of whom was an origin king. What's more, Purple Star's honored guest elders had always been origin kings. There had never been a precedent of someone becoming an honored guest elder before reaching the origin king realm. But now, the sect master of Purple Star was personally inviting a third-order origin returning realm cultivator to join Purple Star, even granting him such an identity. If word of this got out, the entire territory of the Star Realm would be shaken. Guest elder. Yang Kai chuckled, not showing the slightest bit of interest as he shook his head and said, "No need. I have always been used to being idle and don't like to be bound by any restrictions, so I don't mind not being a guest elder." Was this person an idiot? Zidong looked at Yang Kai like he was an idiot. Could it be that he didn't know how much weight the title of guest elder represented? She rejected him so easily without any hesitation? Zidong groaned in the depths of his heart. Guest elders are not bound by my Purple Star and are free to do as they please. Little friend seems to have some misunderstandings about my proposal. Zilong explained patiently. Before he could finish speaking, though, he was interrupted by Yang Kai. There's no need to explain. What is a guest elder? I know that in my heart, but I don't want to join any force. Zilong narrowed his eyes and said with a faint smile on his face, "Little friend, don't you want to consider it carefully? You're quite long-winded." Yang Kai looked at him contemptuously, not giving him any face. Zilong's face sank immediately. "Haha, boy, you're right to refuse." Su Wei gloated from the side. "Don't believe his flowery words. If you really agree to his terms, then you'll have no choice but to accept it. If you really agree, you'll be in trouble in the future. However, your temperament is really to this old master's liking. Do you want to consider joining Abandoned Lair? Now that you've offended this guy, it will be difficult for you to survive in the territory of the Star Realm in the future. However, my Abandoned Lair is not afraid of Purple Star. With this old master as your guarantor, there will be no problem in letting you join. With your ability and character, I'm sure you'll soon make a name for yourself in Abandoned Lair. You're also quite long-winded." Yang Kai turned his head to look at Su Wei and sneered, "Two old foxes, do you think I don't know what you're planning? You want to stall for time, don't you?" As soon as this statement came out, both Su Wei and Zilong's expressions changed slightly. Obviously, Yang Kai had seen through their intentions. Although Su Wei and Zilong were enemies, seeing Yang Kai in such close proximity, the two of them naturally felt a sense of crisis. Both of them were shrewd and experienced, so there was no need for discussion. They knew what to do to stall for time and wait for the 7-colored radiant light to recede. After being exposed by Yang Kai, Zilong's face suddenly became ugly and he coldly said, "Boy, being too smart is not a good thing. Don't think you can escape from this king's palm just because you're proficient in the Tao of space. You're just an origin returning realm master and don't understand the terror of an origin king realm master. This king, on the other hand, is an extremely strong existence even among origin kings. If you want to rely on your space force, you're making a big mistake. This king will give you a chance now. Pick that enlightenment flower and hand it over to this king, and this king will spare your life." He had completely torn apart all pretenses with Yang Kai. "Ha ha ha." Yang Kai laughed. "What's so great about an origin king? This father has killed more than one origin king." Arrogant. Zidong curled his lips fiercely. Even a genius like him who could fight above his realm could not pose any threat to an origin king at the peak of the origin returning realm. On the contrary, it would be easy for others to kill him. There was an insurmountable gap between the origin returning realm and the origin king realm. As such, Zidong subconsciously thought that Yang Kai was talking nonsense. However, what Zidong did not know was that Yang Kai had really killed more than one origin king, and had even killed a second-order origin king. Although he had done so with the help of the Star Emperor token, that was still a kind of experience. If Zidong knew about this, he would definitely feel ashamed of his inferiority. "Forget it. I'm too lazy to talk to you." Yang Kai turned around with some disinterest. Although he had been chatting with Su Wei, Zilong, and the others, he had also been calculating how long it would take for the 7-colored radiant light to recede. There was still a stick of incense worth of time left. Wow, what a fragrant medicinal aura. Yang Kai exclaimed exaggeratedly before taking a deep breath of the fragrance emitted by the 5 enlightenment flowers in front of him, a look of intoxication appearing on his face as he muttered, worthy of being enlightenment flowers, the Tao aura they contain is truly extraordinary. I feel like my bottleneck is loosening a little. What should I do?" As he spoke, he scratched his head with a troubled look on his face. While he was making a ruckus, Zidong's eyes were bloodshot as he listened to him. Just taking a whiff of the medicinal fragrance had loosened a bottleneck? Yang Kai's cultivation was the same as his, the peak of the third-order origin returning realm. He was only a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the origin king realm, and now, Yang Kai had undoubtedly grasped this opportunity. Unfortunately, Zidong Lai could only hide a few hundred meters away and watch helplessly. This kind of thing made Zidong feel both physically and mentally tormented, and he could not wait to rush forward and take Yang Kai's place, clenching his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. No, breaking through in this damned place is tantamount to courting death. I need to quickly suppress this floating aura and wait until it's safe to break through. Yang Kai shouted again. Zidong really wanted to vomit blood. The opportunity he had been looking for was right in front of Yang Kai, but he had forcibly suppressed it. Was there anything more frustrating in this world? Zidong felt that meeting Yang Kai in the severed world this time was the biggest nightmare of his life. He had been beaten black and blue by Yang Kai. Boy, that's enough. Zilong saw his son's expression change and could not help shouting at Yang Kai. Heh. Yang Kai glanced at him sideways before rubbing his hands together, like a pervert who had encountered a naked beauty, saliva dripping from his mouth. This image was simply unbearable to look at as he reached out and grabbed an enlightenment flower in front of him. With just a gentle tug, the enlightenment flower was directly pulled out by Yang Kai, not even damaging its roots. In fact, logically speaking, to harvest this kind of heavenly treasure, one had to cut off the stem somewhere. This way, one would be able to obtain the greatest benefits without having to completely remove the roots. This would allow the path understanding flower to have a chance of survival. After a few thousand years, it might bloom again. Alchemists would do this when they were collecting medicinal herbs. However, Yang Kai felt that even if he left a glimmer of hope for the enlightenment flower, it would only benefit Zilong and Su Wei in the end. So he did not give these two old foxes any opportunity to take advantage of him. So this is the legendary enlightenment flower. Not bad. 9 petals and a lavender one at that. It seems to be at least 3,000 years old. Now that I've struck gold, when I break through to the origin king realm in the future, I won't have to worry about not having anything good to cultivate with. Even if I don't use it for myself, I believe many people will like it. As Yang Kai spoke, he took out a jade box from his space ring, opened it, and carefully placed the enlightenment flower inside. His movements were slow and deliberate, allowing Zilong and Su Wei to see the whole process clearly. Inexplicably, the two origin kings felt like their hearts were bleeding. This bastard is definitely doing this on purpose. Su Wei and Zilong had such thoughts in their hearts at the same time as their hatred for Yang Kai deepened. This kind of situation was like a starving person who had not eaten or drunk anything for several days, suddenly being presented with a table full of delicious delicacies. Not only were they unable to eat these delicacies, but they also had to endure the torture of watching the person sitting at the table comment on them as they ate. Yang Kai was undoubtedly sitting at the table and eating, chattering endlessly about how delicious these delicacies were. The second one, As Yang Kai spoke, he picked another enlightenment flower and put it into his jade box. His movements were the same as before, so slow that it made one's hair stand on end. Zilong took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He didn't want to watch anymore, so what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Chapter 1785. Zilong really couldn't stand Yang Kai's arrogant demeanor, so he decisively closed his eyes, refusing to look at the scene 1,000 meters away that was disturbing his mind. However, Yang Kai had no intention of letting this go. His voice continued to travel into Zilong's ears. Sigh, why isn't this enlightenment flower as big as the first one? The petals look too shabby. They're all crooked and malnourished, so their medicinal effects must not be too good. Forget it. Forget it. I'll keep it for later. It's better than nothing. Zilong's body trembled slightly as his Saint Chi nearly went out of control. On the other side, Su Wei's forehead was also covered with blue veins, obviously angered by Yang Kai. However, he didn't close his eyes like Zilong and instead stared at Yang Kai's movements, praying that Yang Kai would leave some soup for him to drink after eating the meat. But after watching for a while, Su Wei found that something was wrong. This little brat was too vicious. When he collected the enlightenment flowers, he had pulled them out along with their roots, leaving nothing behind. Su Wei sighed deeply in his heart, knowing that these 5 enlightenment flowers were unlikely to belong to him. Taking a deep breath, Su Wei followed Zilong's example and closed his eyes. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Wah! Yang Kai shouted, as if he had discovered a new continent, his voice filled with surprise and excitement. Su Wei, who had just closed his eyes, opened them again and stared towards Yang Kai, wanting to see what was going on. Even Zilong couldn't hold back this time. Squinting his eyes, Zilong stared forward. How could he have known that Yang Kai didn't react at all? He just grinned meaningfully as he put the 3rd enlightenment flower into the jade box and continued muttering to himself, "What a close shave. I took the wrong box and almost wasted its medicinal efficacies." Su Wei opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything and just turned his eyes away with a cold expression. Next, the 4th flower. The 5th flower. Yang Kai was like a country bumpkin from the countryside who had never seen the world. Every time he collected the enlightenment flowers, he would make a big fuss and comment on them, making a lot of long-winded remarks. As he spoke, the voice of the old man echoed in the room. Su Wei and Zilong's mood also fluctuated. Those words. It was like they were a stick. They were constantly being stabbed in the heart. It was unbearable. After Yang Kai collected all 5 enlightenment flowers and stored them away, Su Wei and Zilong couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. For some reason, he felt as if he had finally been freed. At this moment, it was as if the world had become a lot brighter. Not bad. Yang Kai patted his space ring with a smile. Su Wei smiled wickedly. "We'll talk about it after you take these things away." Although he knew that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space and could even teleport 1,000 meters, Yang Kai was just an origin-returning realm cultivator while he and Zilong were both origin kings. The difference in strength between them was huge, so Su Wei wouldn't let Yang Kai leave easily. He believed that Zilong would never allow him to leave. When the 7-colored radiant light dissipated, it would be time for him and Zilong to take action against Yang Kai. Only at that time, who the enlightenment flowers truly belonged to could be determined. Right now, this little brat was just in charge of keeping them. He didn't really own them. "Whether I can take them away or not, you just have to wait and see." Yang Kai replied faintly, not at all worried about the impending crisis. Immediately, he cupped his hands over his eyes and made a gesture of looking into the distance. After looking around for a while, his eyes fixed on a certain direction and he said loudly, "Hey, these seeking heart orchids are also quite good. We can't let them go." He didn't know what was going on with this area. Not only were there many spatial rifts, but there were also other natural treasures like the enlightenment flower. When the 3 parties were in a stalemate before, everyone had noticed this. In addition to the enlightenment flowers, there were also several seeking heart orchids and a heavenly infant grass. The seeking heart orchids could be used to hone a cultivator's mental state and cultivation, while the heavenly infant grass was one of the main ingredients in refining the Origin King pill. The Origin King pill was a spirit pill that could increase the chances of an origin-returning realm cultivator breaking through to the Origin King realm. However, of these 3 precious treasures, the enlightenment flowers were undoubtedly the most valuable, so everyone's attention had been focused on the enlightenment flowers before, not paying much attention to the seeking heart orchids and heavenly infant grass. Now that the enlightenment flowers had entered Yang Kai's pocket, he naturally had to change his target. Fortunately, the seeking heart orchids, like the enlightenment flowers, were growing behind a certain void crack and were not covered by the 7-colored radiant light. On the other hand, the heavenly infant grass was completely enveloped by the 7-colored radiant light. So, when he heard Yang Kai say this, Su Wei's heart could not help thumping. "It's over," Even the seeking heart orchids can't escape from this brat's evil hands. Su Wei's face went black. This was indeed the case. After Yang Kai finished speaking, he pushed his space principles and directly arrived at the location where the seeking heart orchids were growing. Just like when he went to the enlightenment flowers, Yang Kai broke through the barrier of space and instantly moved several dozen meters. Zilong had been staring at Yang Kai the whole time, seemingly trying to see some clues from his movements, but he soon discovered helplessly that the Tao of space was too mysterious and he could not see how Yang Kai moved. He only felt a strange fluctuation wrap around Yang Kai before he disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived at his destination. The Tao of space is so profound? Zilong frowned deeply as he felt a great sense of powerlessness in his heart. However, this also made him even more determined to kill Yang Kai. Not to mention that if this little brat lived, his son, Zidong, would definitely have a heart demon in his heart. This time, he and Yang Kai had a very unpleasant relationship. If such a young man really grew up and broke through to the Origin King realm, he would be a huge threat to Purple Star. How terrifying would an Origin King who was proficient in the Tao of space be? Zilong could not imagine it. He had to nip this danger in the bud. Hello. While Zilong was contemplating, Yang Kai greeted him and Zidong with a smile. The Seeking Heart Orchid was only 400 meters away from where they were, so Yang Kai was relatively close to them at this moment. Brat, you're going to be as rampant as you want. This young master will definitely teach you a lesson later. Zidong glared at Yang Kai as he ground his teeth and roared. After being humiliated by Yang Kai so many times, Zidong's memory seemed to have not improved at all. He only knew how to constantly throw out vicious words to show his powerlessness. Haha. After Yang Kai responded with a meaningful laugh, he no longer paid any attention to Zidong, instead squatting down and carefully harvesting the Seeking Heart orchids. What made Zilong and Su Wei breathe a sigh of relief was that Yang Kai didn't make a fuss this time and remained silent throughout the entire process of collecting spirit stones. It seems that as time passed, this brat gradually felt uneasy in his heart. The two secretly guessed to themselves. Not long after, the Seeking Heart orchid plants were properly preserved by Yang Kai and stored in his space ring. Haha, little brat. You can't do anything about that heavenly infant grass, can you? Su Wei stood in the distance and laughed. He had been angered by Yang Kai just now, so now that he had finally found a reason to ridicule Yang Kai, he naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Looking at Yang Kai triumphantly, he taunted, Little brat, aren't you very capable? If you have the ability, why don't you pick that heavenly infant grass for this old master to see? Whether it was the enlightenment flower or the Seeking Heart orchid, they grew in excellent locations and were not covered by the 7-colored radiant light at all, so Yang Kai was able to use his space secret technique to easily collect them. However, the heavenly infant grass was different. It was now completely enveloped by the 7-colored radiant light, so even if Yang Kai had great ability, he would not be able to collect it. Su Wei's provocation was obviously an attempt to disgust Yang Kai and give him a taste of his own medicine. Zilong smiled faintly and echoed from the side, Why is Elder Su making things difficult for him? How could he possibly do such a thing? If he can do it, this young master will immediately sever his own meridians. Zidong was even more arrogant. Hearing this, Zilong could not help frowning, secretly feeling that his stupid son was looking for trouble. Ridiculing and provoking Yang Kai was one thing. Venting one's anger was understandable, but to say that he would sever his own meridians was a bit overboard. How could such words be casually uttered? However, Zilong did not reprimand his son because, in his opinion, it was indeed impossible for Yang Kai to collect the heavenly infant grass. The three of them went back and forth, as if they could not wait to see Yang Kai make a fool of himself. Yang Kai stood in place and looked at Su Wei, then at Zilong and Zilong before chuckling. It looks like you've forgotten the pain. It seems I was too lenient. When collecting the Seeking Heart orchid just now, Yang Kai did not provoke them again, mainly because he felt it was pointless. Some things could be done once, but not thrice. Yang Kai had not expected them to provoke him in return. Since that's the case, just wait for them to pay the price. Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart. Boy, don't talk nonsense. You can't collect the heavenly infant grass anyway. If you have the guts, take everything here and don't leave anything behind for this old master, Su Wei shouted. What if I can collect it? Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Su Wei was startled for a moment before he burst into laughter. Nonsense! Why don't you let this old master have a look? Yang Kai spat disdainfully and shook his head. Old man, if you want this young master to enter and collect the heavenly infant grass, you must pay a price. The seven-colored radiant light is not a place one can enter casually. Even I will have to take a great risk. Su Wei's eyes narrowed as he shouted, if you can really collect it, this old master will call you Grandpa. Yang Kai was startled, never expecting Su Wei to provoke him to such an extent. It seemed that this old man's hatred for him was not shallow and could not wait for him to rush into the seven-colored radiant light to seek his own death. Sniffing his nose, Yang Kai looked at Su Wei and chuckled. That's what you said? So what if this old master said it? Su Wei straightened his neck and took a tough attitude. Chapter 1786. In that case, you'll have to call me Grandpa. Yang Kai laughed, and as he spoke, his figure flickered and he appeared behind the nearest void, cracked to the heavenly infant grass. This void crack was less than 200 meters away from the location of the heavenly infant grass. After Yang Kai regained his footing, Su Wei and Zilong both turned their eyes towards him, as if they were watching a good show, paying close attention to Yang Kai's movements. No one thought that Yang Kai could succeed. Standing in place and pondering for a while, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and summoned a golden blood thread. He had never tried the power of this seven-colored radiant light before and had only heard from Enai Guang that it was very dangerous, so he didn't know whether his golden blood thread would be useful or not. A golden light flashed, and under Yang Kai's careful control, the golden blood thread penetrated the seven-colored radiant light bit by bit. However, in the next moment, Yang Kai's face changed slightly, because the moment the front end of the golden blood thread touched the seven-colored radiant light, a sizzling sound rang out. Under the influence of the seven-colored radiant light, the front end of the golden blood thread was directly corroded. However, this was not the end. The corrosive power followed the golden blood thread all the way to Yang Kai at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai was taken aback and hurriedly threw out his golden blood thread, but before it could hit the ground, the entire golden blood thread was completely corroded and disappeared. Yang Kai could not help showing a look of shock. The terrifying power of the seven-colored radiant light was truly worthy of its reputation. The golden blood threads were condensed from his own golden blood, and since condensing them, none of them had ever been damaged. But now, under the corrosion of the seven-colored radiant light, they had instantly disintegrated. The seven-colored radiant light ignored all defenses, and not only did it have the ability to corrode flesh and blood, it also had the power to annihilate one's soul. The characteristics of the golden blood thread were perfectly restrained by it. According to this situation, as long as it was a living creature with flesh and blood, once contaminated by the seven-colored radiant light, the consequences would be very serious. On the other side, Su Wei and Zilong, who were paying attention to Yang Kai's movements, were also secretly shocked. This was the first time they had witnessed the power of the seven-colored radiant light. The two Origin Kings knew that if they were accidentally contaminated by this light, they would not be able to bear the consequences. But soon, Su Wei sneered loudly, "Boy, you don't seem to have any skill. Is that it? Why don't you continue?" Yang Kai glanced at him and sneered. The reason why Yang Kai had used the golden blood thread just now was mainly to test whether the power of the seven-colored radiant light was as rumored, but now that he had obtained the results, he naturally wouldn't continue experimenting. How to collect the heavenly infant grass? He already had a plan in mind. In any case, heavenly infant grass was very valuable, so Yang Kai did not want to let it go, let alone let Su Wei and Zilong obtain it. After ignoring Su Wei's ridicule, he sat down cross-legged. Shortly after, Yang Kai waved his hand, and a dazzling golden stone golem suddenly appeared in front of him. Stone Mongoose number 2. Stone Mongoose number 2 was Yang Kai's embodiment. When this stone mongoose was born in High Heaven Sect, it lacked sentience. Although it survived, it did not have its own sentience and was unable to act on its own. It was a dazzling stone mongoose, so Yang Kai used it as his embodiment. Because when it was born, Yang Kai had injected a lot of golden blood into it. As a result, it looked dazzling golden and somewhat different from the other stone mongoose, Xiao Xiao. For a long time, this embodiment had not played much of a role. When fighting with enemies, Yang Kai had Firebird Lu Yin to help him. The existence of this embodiment had always been hidden by him. However, now was a good time to use it. Yang Kai did not dare to release Xiao Xiao. After all, Xiao Xiao was a great help to him. If something happened to him in the seven-colored radiant light, the loss would be great. The stone puppet was not a race of flesh and blood, so it shouldn't be afraid of the seven-colored radiant light. On top of that, it lacked sentience, so it didn't fear the seven-colored radiant light's ability to annihilate its soul. The only thing Yang Kai needed to worry about was his soul clone. If the stone mongoose embodiment wanted to move, Yang Kai would have to infuse the soul clone he had been nurturing in his knowledge into the embodiment, so that Yang Kai could control it. Yang Kai did not know if the seven-colored radiant light would penetrate the embodiment's body and cause damage to his soul clone. However, this kind of thing had to be tried. Yang Kai made up his mind and stretched out his hand towards the embodiment's head. The wisp of divine sense that had been nurturing in his knowledge was immediately poured into the embodiment. The embodiment's dull eyes instantly became lively. As for Yang Kai himself, he felt as if he had been divided into two at this moment. Not only did he have his own vision and perception, but he also had the vision and perception of the embodiment. At this moment, the embodiment also had a strange feeling of being connected to his master. Controlling the embodiment, Yang Kai stood in place and moved its hands and feet a little to adapt to its heavy body. What is this? On the other side, Zidong showed a look of amazement as he stared at the golden stone mongoose in a daze, completely confused. He had never seen such a strange existence before. This stone man did not look like a puppet, but instead seemed to have a life of its own. Although the aura coming from this stone man was not strong, it was something he had never seen before, so he wanted to ask his father about it. He thought that with his father's experience and knowledge, he would definitely know a thing or two. But Zilong was silent for a while before whispering, "Father does not know what this is." Zidong was shocked. There was an existence in star territory that even his father did not know about? Zidong could not help looking over at Su Wei, but he soon discovered that this elder of abandoned lair seemed to know nothing about this strange creature. His brow furrowed as he observed it with a blank look on his face. He didn't know either. Where did this guy named Yang Kai find this thing? Even two origin kings were unable to tell its origin. Zidong was shocked. But in the next moment, Zidong's heart clenched as he subconsciously whispered, "He can't be thinking of taking this thing." Although he did not recognize the stone mongoose, he could tell that the stone mongoose was not made of flesh and blood, so there should be no problem for it to enter the seven-colored radiant light. If that was the case, could Yang Kai really take away the remaining heavenly infant grass? Realizing this, Zidong's face sank as he remembered that he had just said he would cut off his own meridians, causing his mood to sour. Su Wei also had a bad feeling. Zidong had only said he would cut off his own meridians, but he had said he would call Yang Kai grandpa. If Yang Kai really obtained the heavenly infant grass, damn, why hasn't the seven-colored radiant light retreated? Su Wei cursed in his heart, wishing he could use a secret technique to disperse the seven-colored radiant light and then attack Yang Kai. Under the gazes of the three, Yang Kai controlled his embodiment to take a step forward and enter the seven-colored radiant light. As soon as he stepped into the range of the seven-colored radiant light, Yang Kai felt his whole body sink, as if a 10,000-kilogram boulder was pressing down on him. This seven-colored radiant light actually had the power of an origin king's territory. Wherever this light covered, space would become extremely viscous, making it extremely difficult to advance. Fortunately, after a short period of observation, Yang Kai found that the soul clone he had attached to his embodiment had not suffered any damage. The seven-colored radiant light was completely isolated from his embodiment and unable to penetrate it. This discovery made Yang Kai overjoyed. It seemed that his guess was correct. The seven-colored radiant light's ability to ignore all forms of defense was only effective against those with physical bodies, not physical bodies. If that was the case, If Yang Kai found any precious treasures in the future and couldn't collect them himself, he could simply send out his embodiment. Thinking so, Yang Kai continued to control his embodiment to move forward. That strand of his soul had inherited his will and his understanding of cultivation. So even though the avatar itself was not very strong, it could still use the power of space. A wave of space force secret technique lingered around the embodiment, greatly reducing the pressure on it and increasing its speed significantly. The distance of 200 meters was rapidly closed as the embodiment advanced step by step. Su Wei's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He could see that the remaining heavenly infant grass would not be able to escape from Yang Kai's clutches. However, this was not the crux of the problem. The crux of the matter was what he had just said. Naturally, it was impossible for him to call Yang Kai his grandfather. If he did, he would not be able to show his face in public in the future and would be forced to hide in an abandoned lair for the rest of his life. However, if he did not fulfill his promise, he would inevitably be ridiculed by Yang Kai again. Su Wei had already experienced the depth of this little brat's poisonous tongue. Su Wei felt a headache coming on and his expression was ugly. After a dozen breaths of time, the embodiment arrived in front of the heavenly infant grass. Although the stone mongoose's hands were wide and thick, under Yang Kai's control, the embodiment perfectly collected the heavenly infant grass and then turned around and walked back to where Yang Kai was. When the embodiment returned, Yang Kai took the heavenly infant grass and sealed it in a box he had prepared in advance before withdrawing his soul clone and embodiment with a smile on his face. Immediately after, he turned his head and looked at Su Wei. Su Wei's gaze was evasive. "What's wrong? Are you going to deny your loss?" Yang Kai sneered. "Didn't someone just say that they wanted to call me grandfather?" Su Wei suddenly became angry out of shame and glared at Yang Kai with a stern expression, as if he would attack if he dared to speak again. He had already made up his mind to act shamelessly. In any case, Yang Kai couldn't do anything to him. Yang Kai sneered and turned to Zidong. "Didn't someone just say that they wanted to sever their own meridians?" Zidong angrily retorted. "Who do you think you are? You dare tell this young master to sever his own meridians?" Yang Kai clapped his hands and smiled. "So it turns out your words are no different from farts." Zilong coldly snorted. "Boy, this old master advises you to leave some leeway for others in the future. Why do you have to be so ruthless?" "Leave some leeway?" Yang Kai sneered. "Is there any need to do so for trash like you? Boy, pay attention to what you say. Don't forget, this 7-colored radiant light will soon recede. At that time, can you imagine what will happen to you?" Zilong narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai, a cold light flashing across his eyes. Chapter 1787. "That's right, boy. Obediently take out all the things you just collected, throw them on the ground, then kneel down and kowtow a few times to admit your mistakes. This old master promises that when the 7-colored light dissipates, he won't attack you and will spare your life." Su Wei also shouted from the side. The 2 origin kings had lost a great deal of face this time, so they hated Yang Kai to the bone. However, what made the 2 of them rejoice was that the 7-colored radiant light was about to recede. After enduring Yang Kai for half an hour, it was finally time for him to pay the price, causing both of them to feel extremely happy. Once the 7-colored radiant light receded, even if Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, what could he do? Once the territory of the 2 origin kings appeared, he would not be able to escape even if he had wings. As long as they could capture Yang Kai, not only would they be able to relieve the hatred in their hearts, but they would also be able to obtain the enlightenment flowers, seeking heart orchids, and heavenly infant grass collected by Yang Kai. Both of them were secretly looking forward to that moment. "Do you think you can defeat me?" Yang Kai looked at Zilong and Su Wei disdainfully, but to the surprise of the 2, there was not the slightest panic on his face. Instead, there was a confident expression on his face, as if he was not afraid at all. Zilong frowned, not knowing whether Yang Kai was bluffing or if he really had something to rely on. "Boy, what kind of trick are you up to? This old master advises you to cooperate with this old master obediently, and you will have a chance to live," Su Wei shouted in a deep voice. "Ridiculous. How can there be such an ignorant guy in this world? This 7-colored radiant light should be receding soon. so I'll take my leave first. You can just wait patiently for me. Yang Kai chuckled, but suddenly became somewhat dispirited and said, Forget it. I'm too lazy to play with you. Saying so, Yang Kai waved his hand gently. He's going to go first? Zilong's brow furrowed even deeper as a frightening conjecture suddenly appeared in his heart. Could it be that this boy, before he could finish this thought though, Zilong's eyes bulged. Looking at Yang Kai's actions in shock, an incredulous expression appeared on his face. He could hardly believe his eyes. He saw Yang Kai turn around and step into the spatial crack. Then, his figure disappeared. This brat actually entered the spatial crack. Zilong sucked in a breath of cold air. On the other side, Su Wei's jaw dropped. He seemed to want to say something, but he couldn't. The shock on his face was no better than Zilong's. He. Zidong was already incoherent as he pointed in the direction Yang Kai had disappeared. He couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. Elder Su. After a long time, Zilong took a deep breath and said with a gloomy face, It seems we have underestimated his attainments in the Tao of space. Su Wei nodded, his expression solemn as he said, Indeed, daring to break into the void so recklessly, this little brat's attainments in the Tao of space cannot be said to be unmatched in the future. I'm afraid there is no precedent. Elder Su, I don't think you need me to tell you how terrifying a cultivator proficient in the Tao of space is. He is now a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, but if he finds an opportunity to break through to the origin king realm in the future, he has no future. This old master will find an opportunity to kill him here. Su Wei's face filled with a vicious look. Zilong nodded with satisfaction. In that case, let's put aside the grievances between you and me for the time being. This king will also do his best to find his traces and be sure to eliminate him from this severed world. Both of them realized the horror of Yang Kai's future and were frightened, not daring to let Yang Kai continue to grow. Both of them made up their minds to end Yang Kai's life in the severed world. After a few words, they reached an agreement and formed a temporary alliance. At that moment, Zidong, who had not been able to calm down, suddenly exclaimed. Pointing behind Su Wei, he shouted, He. Zilong was startled and turned his head to look at Su Wei. The next moment, his pupils could not help shrinking as he shouted, Danger! Hearing this shout, Su Wei reacted, but before he could look back, a familiar and loathsome voice rang out behind him. Ha 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 ha, grandson, Grandpa has come to teach you a lesson. It was Yang Kai. Su Wei's face changed drastically as he never expected that Yang Kai would be able to emerge from the void crack behind him and launch a sneak attack on him. A scorching hot force struck Su Wei from behind while a strong wind blew past his ears. Su Wei cursed in his heart as he fiercely pushed his Saint Chi to form a thick layer of protection around his back. At the same time, he hurriedly turned around, trying to face Yang Kai. Su Wei's movements were very fast, but Yang Kai was even faster. Just as he pushed his Saint Chi, Su Wei felt a fist hit him in the back. This fist contained a terrifying amount of power, and when it erupted, it almost shattered his protective Saint Chi. Fortunately, Su Wei's cultivation was a minor realm higher than Yang Kai's. Otherwise, this punch alone would have been enough to incapacitate him. Even so, this punch was not easy to bear. Su Wei only felt the blood in his chest tumble as his face paled slightly and his body staggered forward involuntarily. Not far in front of him was the seven-colored radiant light that everyone avoided like a snake. Not good. Su Wei exclaimed as he broke out in cold sweat. Without even thinking about it, he released his origin king realm territory and bit the tip of his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood essence while stamping his feet hard on the ground. In an instant, Su Wei's feet sank 10 meters into the ground and his body came to a halt. Asterisk chi. Asterisk a harsh sound rang out as Su Wei's face filled with despair. Although his reaction was not slow and everything he did was reasonable, he still could not completely stop his forward momentum. One of his arms was swept by the seven-colored radiant light, and in an instant, a piercing pain spread from his arm. Looking at his arm, Su Wei saw that the flesh and blood on his arm was being corroded at an extremely fast speed, revealing his bones and meridians. However, This was not the end of it though, as Yang Kai, who was standing behind him, launched a second blow. Feeling Yang Kai's murderous intent, Su Wei flew into a rage and ground his teeth as he shouted, "Boy, don't underestimate this old master." Saying so, a dazzling light burst from his body and accompanied by a sizzling sound. A terrifying burst of energy shot out from his pores in all directions. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became dignified as he realized that this was Su Wei's desperate struggle. Unable to face this attack head-on, Yang Kai quickly withdrew his attack and retreated while summoning his golden blood threads to condense a blood shield in front of him. Asterisk dang 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 dang. Asterisk, a series of clanging sounds rang out as Yang Kai was hit by a powerful force. Looking at Su Wei, who was so close to him, Yang Kai sneered softly and did not continue to attack, instead leaping back into the void crack behind Su Wei. Just as his figure was about to disappear, Yang Kai's cold words reached the ears of Zilong and Zidong. "I will hide inside the void and accompany you, so you won't be too lonely." Hearing this, Zidong couldn't help shuddering as the soles of his feet cramped. In the next moment, he quickly turned around and faced the void crack behind him, his eyes widening as he stared fixedly at it. It was as if he was afraid Yang Kai would appear from behind him again. Yang Kai's existence had completely become his nightmare. Ah! On the other side, Su Wei's scream rang out. In just a moment, the terrifying corrosion of the seven-colored radiant light had eroded half of his arm and was rapidly spreading to his shoulder. Gritting his teeth, Su Wei's expression became ferocious as he desperately pushed his Saint Chi to resist the damage caused by the seven-colored radiant light. But no matter what he did, he found that his efforts were in vain. Seeing that the situation was getting worse and worse, Su Wei steeled his heart and cut his shoulder with his finger. What remained of his arm fell to the ground and blood spurted from his shoulder. Feeling a great pain, Su Wei's face turned as white as paper and his figure staggered slightly. Quickly circulating his strength to stop the bleeding, he took out a few spirit pills from his space ring and stuffed them into his mouth. He didn't even dare to sit down cross-legged to refine these spirit pills. Instead, he immediately turned around and, like Zidong, stared vigilantly at the void crack behind him in order to prevent Yang Kai from attacking again. Although Yang Kai's sneak attack this time failed to kill him, it did cripple one of his arms, a remarkable result. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. Whether it was Su Wei or Zidong, neither of them dared to breathe loudly, feeling extremely nervous. Even Zilong didn't dare to relax in the slightest, focusing his divine sense on the void crack behind him. Time had never passed so slowly. When the sound of inhalation came from the depths of the Medicine Valley and the seven-colored radiant light receded like a tide, Zidong breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had been granted amnesty, and immediately fled the location of the void crack to a relatively safe place. The same was true for Su Wei. Once bitten by a snake, twice shy. When he saw the void crack, it was as if a nasty guy was about to jump out and attack him. However, even though the seven-colored radiant light had receded and there was no need to worry about Yang Kai's sneak attack for the time being, Su Wei's crisis was still not over. With a pale face, Su Wei stood in place, staring vigilantly at Zilong not far away, secretly condensing his Saint Chi, preparing to escape at any moment. Although he and Zilong had reached a certain agreement to deal with Yang Kai together, Su Wei did not forget the hatred between Abandoned Lair and Purple Star, nor did he forget the gap between their standpoints and cultivation. If Zilong were to deal with him now, Su Wei estimated that he would most likely die. At his peak, Su Wei was confident he could escape from Zilong, but in his current state, it would be difficult. Elder Su, this king advises you not to think about running away. Zilong looked at him faintly. You should know a thing or two about this king's purple chi eternal river secret art. With this king's means, it is not something you can contend with right now. Su Wei smiled miserably as he cursed in his heart. What he feared most really happened. Zilong obviously intended to add insult to injury. He had no intention of letting Su Wei go. If Su Wei really tried to escape, Zilong would definitely attack. Chapter 1788. Brother Z, why do you have to do this? Su Wei squeezed out an ugly smile. This Su is not your opponent from the beginning. If you really want to kill me, this Su has no ability to resist. However, Brother Z should not forget. That little brat said he would be hiding inside the space crack. Your young lord is just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. So if that little brat manages to sneak attack him, what the consequences will be, Brother Z should be clear. Of course I know that. Zilong's expression was still indifferent. But what does that have to do with you? I will take care of my son's safety. You can't say that. Su Wei shook his head. If this old master is here, I can at least distract that boy, can I? Zilong frowned as if he was deep in thought. After a while, he raised his eyes and said, Elder Su is right. Su Wei sighed softly. But, Elder Su, your own situation isn't optimistic either. Even if you can restrain him, how much can you achieve? This king would be happy to take this opportunity to kill you and avenge the deaths of my Purple Star's disciples. Zilong narrowed his eyes slightly as a murderous intent flashed across them. Su Wei's heart, which had just calmed down, once again became tense. While secretly complaining, he also cursed Kai Yang in his heart. If it weren't for Kai Yang's sneak attack just now, he wouldn't have fallen into this situation where he had to call for help from heaven and earth. Zilong snorted coldly, Elder Su, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. I'll give you two choices now. First, I'll kill you and end all troubles. Su Wei gritted his teeth and asked in a deep voice, and the second? Hand over your soul brand and obey this king's orders from now on. Zilong crossed his hands behind his back and stared at Su Wei calmly. You can choose for yourself. You're also someone who's been through a lot, so I'm sure you'll make a wise decision. Hand over the divine soul brand. Su Wei's face became cold and he almost wanted to fight Zilong on the spot, but then he thought of the possible consequences. In the end, he forcefully suppressed his anger. Hand over your divine soul brand. That meant that he would have to listen to Zilong's orders in the future. A single thought from him could make him wish he was dead, but if he didn't hand it over, he would definitely die. Su Wei was shocked to find that Zilong was more disgusting than Yang Kai. Kai Yang was just using some scheming methods. His mouth didn't care. However, Zilong, as the master of Purple Star and a famous character in the Star territory, actually dared to do such a despicable thing like adding insult to injury. I don't have much time, and my patience is limited, Elder Su. Think about it quickly. Although Zilong's words were light, when they fell into Su Wei's ears, they were tantamount to a death sentence, tormenting him greatly. A troubled expression appeared on his face. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, Fine, this old man admits defeat. If you want this old man's divine soul brand, this old man will give it to you. However, I hope that Brother Z won't make things too difficult for me in the future. Zilong nodded in satisfaction and said, This seat naturally won't make things difficult for you, because the one who took away your divine soul brand isn't me, but my son. What? Is it Zi Donglai? Su Wei shouted, looking at Zi Donglai with an angry look on his face. Zi Dong was also startled for a moment, but in the next moment, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face as he looked towards his father gratefully. Even if he was the young master of Purple Star and had some authority to mobilize the origin kings of Purple Star to work for him, this kind of mobilization was very limited. Which origin king realm master didn't have eyes above their heads? If he wanted them to work for him, he would have to pay a price every time. But now, there was an opportunity for him to completely control an origin king realm master. This kind of good thing was tantamount to a pie falling from the sky. Zidong suddenly felt dizzy with happiness and was grateful to his father. Thinking so, Zidong's face sank as he looked at Su Wei and said, What's wrong? Does Elder Su think that with this young master's identity, he is not qualified to control your divine soul brand? If that's the case, this young master doesn't need it. This young master never does things that force others to do. Zidong's rhetoric was reasonable and did not lose his status as the young master of Purple Star, but Su Wei couldn't help cursing in his heart. Now that he was a fish on the chopping block, how could he still have room to resist? What's more, he had already made concessions before, so although he now knew that things were different from what he had guessed, he didn't have much desire to resist. Sometimes things were like this. After taking a step back, one would take a second step back, then a third. After thinking about it for a while, Su Wei squeezed out a smile and said, Young master is too serious. Young master is a dragon among dragons, and his future achievements will definitely be higher than this old master's. How could this old master dare to think otherwise? It is this old master's honor to be able to serve young master. You're very good. Zidong smiled. At this moment, the haze caused by Yang Kai was swept away, and Zidong was in an extremely good mood. He secretly swore to himself that if he ever saw Yang Kai again, he would definitely have Su Wei kill him to vent his anger. Although Su Wei had lost an arm because of the seven-colored radiant light, this kind of injury did not have much impact on his strength as an Origin King. As long as he recuperated well, he would still be a master who would strike fear into the hearts of all who heard his name. Elder Su, please. In order to avoid any more trouble, Zilong urged. Even if Su Wei was unwilling, he had no choice but to condense his soul brand and walk towards Zidong step by step, engraving his soul brand into Zidong's body. Throughout this entire process, Zilong had been watching him vigilantly, giving him no chance to play any tricks. After doing all this, Su Wei felt a sense of loss. From this moment on, he was no longer an elder of abandoned lair, but a servant who followed Zidong, a hired thug. He no longer had his own freedom. Thinking so in his heart, Su Wei's face suddenly changed as he felt his knowledge suddenly tumble, and an almost unbearable pain burst from his head. Even though he was an Origin King, he could not resist this kind of torture. Unable to stop himself from screaming, Su Wei fell to the ground stiffly, holding his head in his hands as he rolled on the ground. He quickly realized what had happened. Forcing himself to stay awake, he gritted his teeth and said, "Young master, why did you—" "Oh, it's quite effective." Zidong looked at Su Wei, who was lying on the ground and howling miserably, without the slightest trace of pity on his face. Instead, he simply watched with relish while constantly exerting pressure on the soul brand in his body. Su Wei's cries became more and more desolate and violent as he continued to wail. "Young master, please stop. If this continues, this old master's soul will be destroyed." "Ah." "Old master?" Zidong's eyes flashed coldly. "Who are you calling yourself old master in front of? Who gave you such qualifications?" "Ah, old. Old servant was wrong. Young master, please stop. Old servant won't dare do such a thing again." "Ha ha ha, you're quite clever. It seems you'll make a good dog in the future." Zidong laughed, his face filled with morbid ferocity. Tormenting an Origin King realm master like this gave him a great sense of satisfaction. Yang Kai had repeatedly insulted him before, calling him a dog that only knew how to bark and not bite, and now Zidong was venting his resentment on Su Wei. "Enough. Elder Su is your senior. Don't act like this in the future." Zilong glanced at his son and ordered lightly. "Yes." Zidong Lai responded and let go of his hand. The great pain in Su Wei's knowledge dissipated in an instant, but even so, he was still unable to get up and lay on the ground for a long time before he staggered to his feet, a trace of hidden resentment flashing across his eyes. He was an Origin King realm master and an elder of abandoned lair, but now, not only was his soul brand being controlled, but he was also being humiliated and tortured by a junior. How could he swallow this grievance? However, now that he was under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to lower his head. So Su Wei naturally wasn't stupid enough to show his resentment. Su Wei hid everything well and was only waiting for an opportunity in the future to make Zilong and Zidong pay him back. "Elder Su, you don't have any complaints about this young master, do you?" Just now, this young master was just curious and experimenting a little. After all, this young master has never controlled an Origin King soul brand before, so this kind of thing is quite strange. Zidong stared at Su Wei with a faint smile on his face and asked, "This young master wouldn't dare." Su Wei gasped for breath and bowed humbly. "Young master can call this old servant by his name in the future. This old servant would never dare call himself Elder Su. As for what happened just now, this old servant naturally doesn't care." "Very good." Zidong nodded with satisfaction. "Follow this young master carefully and protect his safety. In the future, when this young master becomes stronger, there will naturally be benefits for you." "Yes." Su Wei nodded respectfully. "By the way, since you entered this medicine valley, Have you gained anything? Let this young master have a look. Zedong seemed to think of something again and asked with a sharp light in his eyes. Su Wei's face twitched slightly as his heart ached, but he did not dare to resist, quickly removing the space ring on his hand and handing it to Zedong with a flattering smile. Old servant's things are all here. Young master can take a look. If there is anything you like, feel free to take it. He had no choice but to do so. Now that his life was in the hands of another, he naturally could not keep his possessions. Zedong did not act polite at all. After receiving the space ring, he released his divine sense to investigate it. A moment later, a look of joy appeared on his face as he took out a number of valuable treasures from Su Wei's ring. These things not only included Su Wei's gains in the Medicine Valley, but also his own personal belongings. Abandoned Lair was a place where people who committed all kinds of crimes gathered, and as an elder, Su Wei killed and robbed others of their possessions, so there were many good things in his ring. None of these good things were cheap, so even a character like Zedong could not bear to miss out on them. As one thing after another was taken out and put into Zedong's space ring, Su Wei's heart bled, but he did not dare show it, instead standing to the side and squeezing out a smile. Chapter 1789. Oh! Zedong suddenly let out a cry of surprise as he took out a token from Su Wei's ring. The material of this token was very strange, neither gold nor wood. Even with Zedong's eyesight, he could not recognize what it was. This token was black and had a large emperor character engraved on its front. An extremely profound aura flowed from this character, and when Zedong glanced at it, he felt as if his soul was being impacted by this aura, causing him to pale in shock. A Star Emperor token. Zilong, who had been standing silently to the side, snatched this token from Zedong's hand after seeing it, a burning light flashing across his eyes as he released his divine sense to investigate it. This was actually a Star Emperor token. Star Emperor tokens were personally refined by the great emperors and were legendary existences throughout Star territory. Very few people had ever seen one, but Zilong, as the master of Purple Star, was one of the few masters who stood at the highest peak of Star territory, so he was naturally familiar with the secrets of this Star Emperor token. What's more, Purple Star also had a Star Emperor token that was kept by a Third Order Origin King Supreme Elder of Purple Star. This Supreme Elder used the Emperor pressure contained in this Star Emperor token to enter retreat all year round to comprehend the Supreme Martial Tao in order to achieve a breakthrough. An unsealed Star Emperor token. After Zilong investigated it for a while, he found that the divine technique of the great emperors that was originally sealed in this Star Emperor token had already been used, causing him to show a faint look of disappointment on his face. This thing was obtained by old servant during an adventure in his early years. Su Wei explained with a smile, feeling extremely bitter in his heart. If this Star Emperor token had not been unsealed long ago, how could he have fallen to his current state? Rumor had it that the great emperor had refined a total of 9 Star Emperor tokens, each of which contained one of his divine abilities, making their power unfathomable. No one could estimate how strong the great emperors were, but with the help of the great emperor's divine technique, it would not be a problem to kill Zilong and his son. If the divine technique sealed in this Star Emperor token still existed, Su Wei would have used it long ago and would not have handed over his soul brand. Being controlled by others. Father, I've heard people say that the Star Emperor token hides a shocking mystery. Is this true? Zedong asked curiously as he looked at the Star Emperor token in Zilong's hand. He was indeed the young master of Purple Star, but this was the first time he had seen a real Star Emperor token. He had only read about it in various ancient books before. I'm not too sure if there are any shocking secrets hidden within, but there is indeed such a rumor. Zilong replied faintly, however, even if there is some kind of shocking mystery, it is not something that can be discovered with just 1 or 2 Star Emperor tokens. Perhaps we will need to gather all 9 Star Emperor tokens before we can find any clues. 9 pieces? Zedong was stunned for a moment before he smiled. I'm afraid no one in this world can do such a thing. Star Emperor tokens have a long history and have long been lost throughout the Star's territory. This child has only heard that Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce has one. Not only Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, but Sword Union also has one. Sword Union also has one? Zedong was a little surprised. Don't underestimate Sword Union. Although Sword Union is relatively the weakest of the three great forces in the star's territory, it still cannot be underestimated. In the era of the Great Emperors, our three forces had some dealings with the Great Emperors and helped the Great Emperors a few times. The Great Emperors each gave our three forces a Star Emperor token, containing his divine technique as a thank you gift. Our Purple Star, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, and Sword Union Star Emperor tokens all came from this way. Is there such a thing? Zedong was shocked, and even Su Wei was dumbfounded. Although he was an elder of Abandoned Lair, he knew nothing about this kind of secret. It's been too long, Zilong sighed lightly. Zilong sighed slightly. Over the past tens of thousands of years, the Star Emperor tokens owned by our three forces have all been used in times of calamity. If it weren't for this Star Emperor token, perhaps our three forces would not have been able to survive to this day. The rise and fall of forces is like the ebb and flow of the tide. In this world, there is no dynasty that cannot be destroyed, no force that cannot fall. Only the strength of an individual is truly eternal. You must remember this. Yes, Sun understands. Zedong nodded respectfully, secretly vowing to himself that after returning this time, he would enter secluded retreat and never come out until he reached the Origin King realm. If one day he could cultivate to the level of the Great Emperors, he would become a new legend in the Star's territory and replace the Great Emperors. What kind of glory would that be? While speaking, Zilong had already put the Star Emperor token into his space ring. Although this Star Emperor token had been unsealed, its value was still enormous. Zedong also returned the space ring to Su Wei, but all the good things inside were gone. Su Wei released his divine sense slightly to investigate and immediately felt a great heartache, as if someone had cut off a few kilograms of his flesh, causing him to curse in his heart. Let's go. Be careful of those void cracks. That little brat may really be hiding in them, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Zilong swept his eyes over the surrounding void cracks before leading the way. Zedong quickly followed while Su Wei helplessly brought up the rear with a pale face. Inside the void cracks, Yang Kai wandered around casually. After launching a sneak attack on Su Wei, Yang Kai returned to the safety of the void and began searching for space spirit crystals in a joyful mood. The words he said before leaving were just to intimidate the enemy. He wasn't really bored enough to follow Zilong and the others. Not to mention that this kind of sneak attack could only be done once. If he did it a second time, the other party would definitely be prepared. Even if he did, it would be a waste of time. There were so many good things here. So how could Yang Kai waste time on these guys? As such, after leaving behind a few words, Yang Kai left. The target of his previous sneak attack had been carefully considered. Zilong was a second-order Origin King after all, so Yang Kai wasn't sure he could succeed in his sneak attack, so he could only target Su Wei. Although he did not succeed in killing him, allowing his arm to be swept by the seven-colored radiant light would at least earn him some interest. If Yang Kai guessed correctly, in order to save his life, Su Wei would have to cut off his arm. If Su Wei suffered such a heavy blow, Yuan Qi would undoubtedly be greatly injured. Perhaps Zilong would not let him off and would make him bleed on the spot. What Yang Kai did not expect was that Zilong did not kill Su Wei but instead had his son collect his soul brand. Now that the seven-colored radiant light had just retreated, there was plenty of time to search, so Yang Kai spent half a cup of tea's worth of time shuttling through the void cracks before casually finding a weak point in the void and returning to the Medicine Valley. The surroundings were quiet and there was no trace of anyone, so Yang Kai began to search for precious treasures with great enthusiasm. After waiting for half an hour, he returned to the void cracks again. Over and over again, Yang Kai's harvest grew more and more. At the same time, he was silently calculating the time in his heart. Before entering, Enai Guang had mentioned to him that in this severed world, a person could only stay for a month at most before they had to return to Star Territory from the entrance they entered. Otherwise, the consequences would be very serious. Because the remnant ancient aura here was too rich, it was not suitable for a cultivator to stay here for a long time. Once one stayed for too long, they would inevitably be suppressed and rejected by the world principles here. Just like how Qiantong was rejected by Shadowed Star's world principles, when the time came, The various world principles would be added to the cultivator's body, a power that no human could resist. However, it was still early, and young Kai estimated that it had only been 11 or 12 days since he entered the severed world. Even if he counted the consumption of the return journey, he still had at least 10 days left. As such, young Kai wandered around the Medicine Valley with a clear conscience. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. As time passed, the number of precious treasures that could be found in the Medicine Valley greatly decreased. Thinking about it, although the Medicine Valley was large, it still had its limits. Even if the number of cultivator who entered here was not high, after such a long search, they had already collected all the good things they could find. Even the harvest of space spirit crystals began to shrink significantly. On this day, Yang Kai spent half a day harvesting a total of 3 space spirit crystals and 1 not-so-good spirit herb. Compared to the first day he entered the Medicine Valley, this result was simply too shabby. It's time to meet up with Guizhu. Yang Kai stood in place, stored the spirit herb into his space ring, and muttered to himself. Now that the harvest had begun to dwindle, it did not make much sense to act separately from Guizhu. If they met up, they could at least look after each other. Thinking so, Yang Kai began to push his Saint Chi and pour it into the mark left by Guizhu on his shoulder. Yang Kai stood in place and waited for a long time, but did not see any trace of Guizhu. It seemed that Guizhu was not within 1,000 kilometers of him, so he could not respond to his call. Yang Kai was not in a hurry and decided to change locations to try again. But at that moment, an earth-shattering sound suddenly rang out from the depths of the Medicine Valley. The moment he heard this sound, Yang Kai instinctively thought that the 7-colored radiant light was about to strike. But in the next moment, he realized that something was wrong. Every time the 7-colored radiant light appeared and retreated, the timing was fixed and Yang Kai could accurately grasp it, but at this time, it was clearly not time for the 7-colored radiant light to strike. According to his calculations, there was still at least a cup of tea worth of time before it would strike. Not only that, but the sound was also wrong. Because the 7-colored radiant light was the light exhaled by the 7-colored radiant peacock divine bird. Every time the 7-colored radiant light struck, the sound of breathing would come from the depths of the Medicine Valley. The sound that entered Yang Kai's ears at this moment was definitely not the sound of breathing, but rather, the sound of wings flapping. Thinking so, Yang Kai's face changed abruptly as he raised his head and looked towards the source of the sound. At that moment, a strange cry rang out. To Yang Kai's ears, this cry was somewhat similar to a cat's cry, but it was quite loud and pierced straight into the sky, like a sharp sword that wanted to pierce through the severed world. Yang Kai's knowledge shook violently, setting off a storm. Immediately afterwards, a 7-colored light lit up in the sky, covering half of it. Chapter 1790. What's going on? Yang Kai exclaimed, standing in place as he stared at the scene in the sky with trembling eyes. Over there, every time the 7-colored radiant peacock breathed, it was the place where the divine bird was resting. Yang Kai had always been curious about how strong this 7-colored radiant peacock divine bird was, but he had never been able to figure it out. However, judging from the power of the 7-colored radiant light it breathed out, the divine bird was definitely no worse than a third-order origin king. Perhaps even more terrifying than a third-order origin king. Yang Kai had thought about going to see what the divine bird looked like, but he had never hardened his heart. However, judging from the situation over there, the 7-colored radiant peacock seemed to have made some movements. Could some blind guy have provoked it? Yang Kai thought so in his heart, secretly feeling sad for the person who had provoked it. After provoking the 7-colored radiant peacock, it was likely they would die without a burial. Something's not right. Yang Kai looked startled again because at this moment, he discovered that although the movement over there was obvious, there were no fluctuations from a battle at all. Obviously, no one had provoked the 7-colored radiant peacock. When the rainbow-colored light covered the entire sky, a huge figure flew up from the ground and merged with the rainbow-colored light. Then, the rainbow-colored light disappeared into the distance and gradually disappeared into the distance. It flew away? Yang Kai frowned and could only make such a guess. The next moment, though, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. The seven-colored radiant peacock had always been resting in a certain place deep within the Medicine Valley, and no matter where it was, there was definitely something attracting it. In other words, there was definitely some kind of treasure in that place. Now that the seven-colored radiant peacock had flown away, wasn't this a good opportunity to investigate? Once this idea came to him, Kaiyang couldn't suppress it. He wanted to go over there and investigate. Standing in place, he struggled to think for a while. Finally, Kaiyang clenched his teeth and quickly flew over there. At the same time, somewhere in the Medicine Valley, Zilong stood in place, a fanatical look flashing across his eyes as he stared at the disappearing seven-colored light on the horizon. He shouted in a low voice, "The time has come. I didn't expect my luck to be so good this time. I've only been here for 10 days, and I've already encountered the time when the divine bird leaves its nest. Ha 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 ha, this is a heaven-sent opportunity." Zilong had always been very calm, but now his expression was very excited, as if he had encountered a good thing that would not happen in 10,000 years. Su Wei was confused as he watched from the side. Zidong, on the other hand, was overjoyed and immediately asked, "So, we can obtain the immortal tree?" "The immortal tree?" Su Wei's eyes bulged as he stared at Zidong in amazement. "Young master, did you just say the immortal tree?" He obviously knew about the existence of the immortal tree. He knew what the immortal tree represented, but he had only heard about it in rumors. He even thought that the immortal tree didn't exist. But just now, he had heard Zidonglai mention the immortal tree. Putting everything together, Su Wei immediately deduced that the immortal tree, a supreme treasure of heaven and earth, was in the divine bird's habitat. "What has it got to do with you?" Zidong glanced at Su Wei coldly. Just now, he had accidentally exposed some important information due to his excitement. However, this didn't matter too much. In any case, the three of them would be heading there soon. Even if he didn't say anything now, Su Wei would be able to see the immortal tree himself. Su Wei looked embarrassed and didn't dare to ask anything more. "Whether we can obtain it or not, I don't know for the time being, but this is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity." Zilong took a deep breath. "Let's go. If I'm not mistaken, the others will also be rushing over. They court death." Zidong coldly snorted. The immortal tree was a heaven-defying treasure that only Purple Star was qualified to possess. Only he and his father were qualified to refine it. When he obtained the immortal tree and shared it with his father, both father and son would become immortal and indestructible. In time, they would cultivate to the peak of the martial Tao and dominate Star's territory. How happy would that be? Anyone who dared to compete with him for the immortal tree deserved to die. On the other side, Enai Guang took Shuiyu and rushed towards the divine bird's nest. "Uncle Enai, how long will it take for the seven-colored radiant peacock to return?" Shuiyu asked as she followed behind Enai Guang. "I don't know." Enai Guang shook his head. Every once in a while, the divine bird will leave its nest for a while. It can be very short, or it can be very long. It depends on its mood. However, this is a rare opportunity, so even if we can't obtain the immortal tree, we must obtain the immortal jade cream. Although it isn't as precious as the immortal tree, it is still one of the three great divine waters. A single drop can bring back the dead. It is a true life-saving medicine. Zilong and the others should also be there, right? Shuiyu frowned. They definitely won't let go of this opportunity. We have made preparations to obtain the immortal jade cream, so how could Zilong not have made any preparations? However, once we reach that place, how we obtain it will depend on our own abilities. When the time comes, you must act carefully. I may not have much energy to look after you." "I know, Uncle and I. You can rest assured." Shuiyu nodded and looked ahead. She didn't know if that guy would be attracted by the commotion this time and rush over. If she could meet up with him, her chances of victory would be increased. 2,000 kilometers to the left of Enai Guang and Shuiyu, Guizhu was wrapped in black qi as he stared in the direction of the strange movements. After a long silence, he said with some disinterest, "Let's go take a look. Young boy probably won't miss this opportunity to join in on the fun. It's more important to find him over there. The things we can collect in this damned place are getting less and less." The three second-order origin kings were all attracted by this movement and headed in the same direction. The other first-order origin kings were no exception. Although most people didn't know about the existence of the immortal tree and the immortal jade cream, their thoughts were the same as Yonkai's. They all felt that the divine bird's nest must contain some kind of precious treasure, so naturally, they wouldn't miss such a rare opportunity. For a time, all the people in the Medicine Valley were attracted to this place and used all kinds of methods to rush forward. At the center of the Medicine Valley was a huge flat area with no trees or weeds around it. There was only a small green sapling about a meter tall that swayed gently in the wind. This sapling looked weak, but its leaves and roots contained an unimaginable vitality. This vitality was so rich that it was visible to the naked eye, forming a visible halo around the sapling. There were only 7 leaves on the sapling, and on each of these leaves was a drop of dew. This dew was round and flawless, giving off a milky white color and exuding a charming fragrance. There were only 3 drops of dew in total. This was the rumored immortal jade cream, a rare treasure that grew from the leaves of the immortal tree. It was definitely a treasure that could only be encountered by chance. It was rumored that the immortal jade cream was a heaven-defying treasure that could bring the dead back to life. As long as a person hadn't died for too long and their body wasn't too damaged, as long as they took a drop of the immortal jade cream, they could be resurrected. Among the 3 great divine waters, the immortal jade cream was the most valuable because it was a life-saving treasure. A figure suddenly flew over from the distance and soon arrived at this open flat area. Judging from the speed of this person and the Saint Chi fluctuations emanating from his body, it was clear he was a first-order origin king. Meng Tong, the origin king realm master who had no background and had been cultivating alone all this time. There's no one here. Meng Tong glanced around and found that he was actually the first to arrive here. He could not help feeling ecstatic as his small eyes darted around, and he suddenly saw the immortal tree not far away. What is this? Meng Tong stared at the immortal tree in amazement, unable to recognize it for a while. Although he could not recognize the immortal tree, he could see that this little sapling was extraordinary. Not only was it this little sapling, but even its leaves and the milky white dew-like drops on them were all treasures. Damn it! Why did it leave behind the 7-colored radiant light? It really pisses this old master off, Meng Tong yelled, almost coughing up blood in frustration. The divine bird had indeed left, and he was the first to arrive here. But within a 10-meter radius of the immortal tree, the 7-colored radiant light still existed and tightly wrapped the immortal tree. Anyone who wanted to obtain this treasure would have to break through the blockade of this 7-colored radiant light. Meng Tong did not dare to take such a risk and could only scratch his head anxiously, unable to come up with any good ideas. Asterisk schwa schwa. Asterisk a strong gust of wind came from not far away and Meng Tong's face changed as he realized that someone else had arrived. Turning his head, he saw 3 streaks of light fly over and a moment later, these streaks of light dissipated, revealing the figures of Zilong, and Su Wei. Meng Tong frowned as he quietly opened up some distance from Zilong and the others, his eyes falling on Su Wei's severed arm, and his eyes could not help narrowing as he felt somewhat distressed. He did not know what happened to Su Wei that caused him to lose an arm, nor did he know why Su Wei was acting together with Zilong, but he knew that he was alone and definitely not a match for these people. Meng Tong let out a heavy sigh, hating the existence of the 7-colored radiant light to the core. If it weren't for the protection of this radiant light, he would have already snatched away the immortal tree instead of standing here in a daze. A good opportunity. As soon as Zilong landed, his eyes lit up as he shouted. He did not expect that he would arrive so quickly. Only Meng Tong was here, and from the looks of it, Meng Tong obviously did not know what to do. Since he was the first to arrive, Zilong naturally would not waste any time, and his figure flickered as he tried to approach the immortal tree. Brother Z, you're not slow. At this moment, a voice that caused Zilong to feel apprehensive rang out, causing him to stop and look towards the source of the voice. Soon, he saw an Aiguang flying over with Shuiyu and landing not far away from him. Senior and I, you're also very fast. Zilong snorted lightly, feeling extremely unhappy. If Enai Guang had come a little later, he would have been able to obtain the treasure first. Chapter 1791. Haha, I'm still inferior to Brother Z, Enai Guang laughed. Enai Guang laughed loudly, but with just a casual glance, he understood the current situation and immediately said, "Since there aren't too many people here, you and I should hurry up and take action. The 3 drops of immortal source liquid must be obtained first. You and I will each take 1 drop and the other." Before Enai Guang could finish, though, a voice came from afar. "Oh, so this is immortal source liquid. So, is this the legendary immortal tree? Heh 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 heh. It seems this old master's luck is quite good. The other drop of immortal source liquid is this old master's." As soon as these words fell, a mass of black chi quickly flew over. This black chi was so dark that it seemed to be able to swallow all light, and within it, Guizhu's figure could be vaguely seen. Enai Guang and Zilong's faces changed slightly at the same time as they both turned to look at Guizhu. Guizhu stood still before glancing over at Enai Guang and Zilong, asking with a chuckle, "You two should have no objections, right?" Zilong and Enai Guang looked at each other for a moment, seemingly communicating with each other. Soon, Zilong nodded. "With your excellency's cultivation, you are on equal footing with this king and senior Enai. This 3rd drop of immortal source liquid will be taken by your excellency." "My intentions are the same," and Enai Guang nodded in agreement. "In that case, let's begin." Guizhu grinned meaningfully. Although he had won the approval of both Enai Guang and Zilong with his extraordinary strength, he was still confused about how to obtain the immortal source liquid, so he did not rush to be the first to act. Instead, he planned to observe Zilong and Enai Guang's actions first before making a decision. In just a short time, so many origin kings had appeared in this originally empty plain. So Zilong seemed to be worried that a long delay would lead to trouble. Immediately, he took action. Raising his hand, Yang Kai summoned a giant python-like object that gave off a bronze glow. As Yang Kai poured his Saint Chi into it, the 2 eyes on its head burst with light, as if it had come to life. A puppet? Guizhu narrowed his eyes and immediately understood that Zilong had prepared for this. A puppet was not made of flesh and blood, so it should not be afraid of the terrifying power of the 7-colored radiant light. Therefore, having a puppet enter the 7-colored radiant light to collect the immortal source liquid was the best and safest way. But was it really that easy? Guizhu was suspicious in his heart, but his expression remained unchanged as he turned his eyes back to Enai Guang. On Enai Guang's side, he also released a puppet. However, it was not a puppet in the shape of a python, but a humanoid puppet. It was unknown which grandmaster had made this puppet, but it was refined to perfection. At first glance, it was possible to mistake it for a real person, but only by examining it carefully would one realize that this puppet was completely lifeless. 2 puppets of different forms suddenly appeared. Under the urging of Enai Guang and Zilong, they rushed towards the location of the immortal tree. The giant python zigzagged forward on the ground, while the humanoid puppet charged forward with all its might. Not long after, the 2 puppets rushed into the 7-colored radiant light, but their speed dropped sharply at this moment. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp, and it was difficult for him to move. Not only that, but there were also cracking sounds coming from the 2 puppets as if there was a huge force suppressing them, making it difficult for them to move their joints. Enai Guang and Zilong's expressions turned extremely solemn at the same time. Although they had prepared for this, both of them had brought their best puppets to assist them, they had still underestimated the terrifying power of the 7-colored radiant light. Puppets that were not made of flesh and blood did not fear the corrosive power of the 7-colored radiant light, but the omnipresent pressure was not something these puppets could easily resist. At this rate, it would not be long before their puppets were crushed to dust by the 7-colored radiant light. Thinking of this, Zilong did not dare to be negligent. He repeatedly urged his mind to control the python puppet to move forward. In an instant, the python puppet's speed increased greatly, and after expending a great deal of effort, it finally arrived in front of the immortal tree. At the same time, Enai Guang's humanoid puppet also arrived. A fiery look flashed across the eyes of the 2 as they simultaneously issued a command to their respective puppets. The next moment, The python's body coiled up and wrapped around the entire immortal tree, then exerted its strength fiercely, as if it wanted to uproot the immortal tree. The humanoid puppet's approach was even more clear-cut, grabbing the roots of the immortal tree with both hands and exerting its strength. The two second-order origin kings obviously had the same idea. As a result, the python puppet was tightly wrapped around the humanoid puppet, preventing it from exerting its full strength. A series of cracking sounds rang out from the two puppets' bodies. Guizhu's eyelids twitched as he watched this scene, feeling a little annoyed. After all, he had a share of the 3 drops of immortal source liquid. So Eniguang and Zilong wanting to kill the chicken to get the eggs without even giving him a heads-up really annoyed Guizhu. But soon, Guizhu began to laugh strangely because he found that these two puppets were not cooperating at all, and were instead restraining each other's movements. What was more, the seemingly fragile immortal tree was completely undamaged under the two puppets' frenzied attacks, as if it was brand new. "Senior and I, have your puppet withdraw first," Zilong suddenly shouted. "This king guarantees that if we can obtain the immortal tree, he will give you a share." As he spoke, Zilong continued to activate the python puppet's power. Eniguang sneered, "Brother Z, why don't you have your puppet withdraw first? This old master can also guarantee that if we can obtain the immortal tree, he will also give you a share." The two looked at each other and saw the distrust in each other's eyes, snorting coldly at the same time and ignoring each other. The situation suddenly reached a stalemate. At that moment, Kong Fa of Galaxy Ridge also rushed over, and when he saw the situation in front of him, he could not help being stunned for a moment, unable to figure out what was going on. After seeing Su Wei, though, Kong Fa's face lit up and he immediately went to meet up with him. After all, these two were jackals of the same tribe. They liked to collude with each other the most. But as soon as his feet moved, Su Wei shook his head at him without leaving a trace. Kong Fa immediately stopped and looked at Su Wei thoughtfully before turning to Zidong beside him. His expression became dignified. He also noticed that Su Wei was missing an arm, and for some unknown reason, he was now standing together with Purple Star's people. Before figuring out the situation, Kong Fa did not dare to act rashly and instead looked around for a moment before arriving beside Ming Tong, cupping his fists and asking, "Brother Ming, may I ask what's going on here?" Ming Tong glanced at him. He didn't hide anything and simply explained the current situation to him. Ming Tong had always been alone, so he had no hatred towards Galaxy Ridge. On the contrary, he would sometimes travel to Abandoned Lair and Galaxy Ridge because in these two places, he could find various cultivation resources to cultivate. He could often find the cultivation materials he needed, and he had also met Kong Fa a few times. So, facing Kong Fa's inquiry, Ming Tong did not conceal anything. "It's actually the immortal tree and immortal source liquid?" Kong Fa's body trembled as a look of fanaticism appeared on his face as he stared towards the center of the field, his eyes darting around as if he was thinking of something. "Brother Kong, don't be impatient. There are 3 second-order origin kings here. If you act rashly, the consequences will be serious," Ming Tong reminded with a smile. Hearing this, Kong Fa restrained the fanaticism on his face and nodded lightly. "Brother Ming is right. However, looking at the current situation, it seems none of them will be able to succeed easily." "This is an opportunity," Ming Tong whispered. "Let's wait. Wait for the moment things take a turn for the better. Perhaps we can obtain some benefits then." Kong Fa thought so too. Immediately, he stopped talking and focused on observing. On the other side, Zidong looked at Eniguang, who was in a stalemate with his father over the immortal tree, with a gloomy look on his face. He felt that if it weren't for Eniguang's interference, his father would have already obtained the immortal tree. It was because of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's Eniguang that his father was at his wit's end. Suddenly, he saw Shuiyu standing alone not far away and could not help but light up as he thought of a good idea. "Su Wei," Zidong called out to Su Wei with a divine sense message. "What orders does young master have?" Su Wei shuddered, seemingly a little frightened as he hurriedly replied, "Did you see Shuiyu?" Old servant naturally saw her. Go, kill him," Zidong ordered indifferently. "What?" Su Wei's face changed wildly. Kill him? Young master. He is? He was the future successor of Hong Luo Chamber of Commerce. Even a fugitive like Su Wei would not dare to attack Xueyu easily. Otherwise, even if he hid in an abandoned lair, President Aio would find a way to get him out and make him suffer a fate worse than death. What's wrong? You dare not listen to this young master's orders? Zidong's face sank. Old servant wouldn't dare. Young master, please calm down. Su Wei quickly admitted his mistake, his face pale. It's good that you don't dare. Zidong coldly snorted, thought for a moment, and said, in fact, I don't really want you to kill him. After all, with his heritage, you may not be able to succeed. Just go up and put on an act. Hearing this, Su Wei suddenly understood, young master means, to attack Xueyu to disturb Enai Guang's state of mind? So he won't be able to compete for the immortal tree? It's good that you know, Zidong nodded lightly. I understand, Su Wei relaxed. As long as he didn't really want him to kill Xueyu, things would be easy to handle. While speaking, Su Wei flattered, young master is really wise. All right, hurry up and go. Zidong impatiently urged. Su Wei nodded without a trace before turning his gaze to Xueyu. Without saying a word, he released his Origin King realm territory and enveloped Xueyu, who was standing nearby. Xueyu had never imagined that someone would attack her in such a place and at such a time, let alone an Origin King. Caught off guard, Xueyu was completely enveloped by Su Wei's territory and could not help letting out a muffled groan as her body shrank. Chapter 1792. Although Su Wei's sneak attack had caught Xueyu somewhat off guard, her reaction was extremely fast. The moment she realized something was wrong, she immediately urged her Shi to alleviate some of the pressure on her. At the same time, a bright light flashed from her body as she summoned a jade, scepter-like artifact that transformed into a light curtain that enveloped her. With this light curtain covering her body, the pressure from her territory field was greatly reduced. The jade scepter in her hand was obviously a powerful artifact that could offset the power of an Origin King's territory field, just like the bright sea territory mirror worn by Sword Union's young master Gu Jianxian. It was impossible for ordinary people to possess such an artifact as it was not easy to refine, and the materials consumed were extremely expensive. An ordinary cultivator would not be able to afford it. However, people like Xueyu and Gu Jianxian would definitely carry at least one or two such artifacts with them in case of emergency. After all, they were only Origin returning realm masters, and the biggest difficulty for an Origin realm master to contend with an Origin King was the suppression of their territory field. Sure. As long as this difficulty was overcome, an Origin realm master would have a chance to survive against an Origin King. This kind of artifact was a life-saving artifact for them. As soon as the jade scepter appeared, the pressure on Xueyu was greatly reduced, and she slowly straightened her body. Turning her head, she glanced behind her coldly and saw who had attacked her. Su Wei, Xueyu shouted, a look of surprise appearing on her face. She couldn't understand why Su Wei would suddenly attack her at this time. After all, doing this would not benefit him at all, and would only offend Hong Luo Chamber of Commerce. Had Su Wei's head been caught in a door? Third young master, please forgive my offense. Although Su Wei was unwilling in his heart, he had no choice but to continue attacking Xueyu under Zidong's tyrannical power. Unable to completely suppress Xueyu with his territory field, Su Wei waved his hand and summoned out a dagger-like artifact before pouring his Saint Qi into it. The dagger trembled instantly. Go! Su Wei flicked his wrist, and the dagger turned into a stream of light that shot towards Xueyu like an arrow. Xueyu's beautiful face paled as she faced the blow of an Origin King. Not daring to face this attack head-on, she quickly twisted her body and dodged, at the same time summoning her artifact again. 1 turning into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In an instant, the sky was filled with phantoms of artifacts, making it impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. The countless bracelets hovered around Xueyu's body. They formed an impenetrable protective net. Ding ding dang dang dang. A series of crisp sounds rang out as the shadows of the bracelet clashed with the light of the dagger. The shadows were struck and dissipated, and the power of the dagger was slowly worn down. Su Wei, you're courting death. Enai Guang also noticed the commotion. He couldn't help but fly into a rage and shout in a low voice. Su Wei gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. His mouth was filled with bitterness, but he couldn't say anything. He knew that after this incident, he would be in big trouble. Mr. and my previous suggestion is still valid. Why don't you reconsider it? The purple dragon's voice was heard, neither too fast nor too slow, as if victory was already in his grasp. Others didn't know why Su Wei had suddenly attacked Xueyu, but Zilong knew that it was his son's idea. Now, only his son could convince Su Wei to take action. Zilong was very satisfied with Zidong's decision. Enai Guang's face sank. While controlling the humanoid puppet to compete with Zilong for the immortal tree, Enai Guang was secretly paying attention to the situation on Xueyu's side. Soon, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "This old master can't obtain it. You won't either. What do you want to do?" Zilong's complexion changed. Enai Guang answered him with his actions. As soon as Enai Guang finished speaking, the humanoid puppet suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. Immediately after, it spread out its limbs and fiercely attacked the giant puppet. A series of bangs rang out as the python puppet was struck, sending sparks flying everywhere. Enai Guang, Zilong roared, his face extremely fierce. His puppet had already suffered great pressure inside the seven-colored radiant light and had suffered great damage. Now that it was being attacked by Enai Guang's humanoid puppet, the damage was even greater, and its limbs were becoming somewhat sluggish. Ha 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 ha. Enai Guang laughed heartily. Taking advantage of the moment when the python puppet was repelled, he controlled his humanoid puppet to grab one of the leaves that contained immortal source liquid and pulled it off with a fierce tug. In the next moment, the humanoid puppet rushed out without looking back. However, as it rushed out, the puppet's body began to crack like a broken bellows and its parts began to fall. Obviously, this puppet had reached its limit. Its speed was also becoming slower and slower, as if it could collapse at any time. At the same time, Zilong's python puppet was not faring much better. After being attacked by Enai Guang's humanoid puppet, its limbs were also becoming sluggish and its body parts were also beginning to break apart. Seeing this situation, Zilong suddenly realized that the situation was hopeless and could only settle for the next best thing, controlling the python puppet to bite a leaf containing immortal source liquid and then having the puppet return. The two puppets, one in front and one behind, each brought back a leaf from the immortal tree and a drop of immortal source liquid. Enai Guang and Zilong quickly rushed forward, not daring to lower their guard in the slightest. If at this time, Guizhu suddenly tried to snatch them, everything they had done would be for naught. On the other side, Xueyu's situation was gradually becoming more and more precarious. Enai Guang was unwilling to give up on the immortal source liquid and the immortal tree's leaf he was about to obtain, so he could only leave Xueyu to its own devices for the time being. He believed that with Xueyu's heritage, it would not be so easy for Su Wei to kill it. Xueyu did not fail to live up to his expectations, producing a variety of powerful artifacts and secret techniques. Even its companion monster spirit, Xieji, had been mobilized, but there was still an entire great realm gap between Xueyu and Su Wei, so the situation was still worrying. "Little thing, you dare bully the weak? Too much." Guizhu, who had been standing silently to the side, suddenly sneered and stretched out his hand towards Su Wei. After this hand stretched out, a giant hand composed of black qi suddenly appeared above Su Wei's head. Countless Yin souls were wrapped around this hand, all of them letting out miserable wails. Guizhu's sudden attack caused Su Wei's soul to fly out of his body. Letting out a strange cry, Su Wei no longer dared to attack Xueyu, instead quickly summoning his own defensive artifact while pushing his Saint Qi towards the sky. Hong. With a loud bang. The giant black hand trembled slightly but still continued to descend, enveloping Su Wei directly. The ground shook as Su Wei let out a muffled groan. After the giant black hand dissipated, Su Wei stood in place with a pale face, blood leaking from the corners of his mouth. Under that blow, he was obviously injured. The gap between a second-order Origin King and a first-order Origin King was obvious. After this blow, Guizhu did not kill him. After all, although he was stronger than Su Wei, it was not so easy to kill an Origin King. Right now, there were more important things waiting for him to deal with, so how could he be in the mood to tangle with Su Wei? The reason why Gue Zhu took action was entirely because of Yang Kai. In his opinion, Shui Yu was Yang Kai's woman, and he was High Heaven Sect's supreme elder, so how could he just stand by and watch Shui Yu be bullied by an origin king? If he really just sat back and did nothing, he would not be able to explain himself to Yang Kai. If you dare act recklessly again, this old master will kill you. Gue Zhu glanced at Su Wei gloomily and threatened fiercely. Su Wei suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Shui Yu gasped for breath as she glanced over at Gue Zhu and nodded gently to express her gratitude. On the other hand, Zidong was extremely upset because of Gue Zhu's interference. A look of confusion and anger flashed across his eyes. He did not understand why a person like Gue Zhu would help Shui Yu. During this short delay, Enai Guang and Zilong had already obtained the Immortal Tree's leaf and the Immortal Source liquid respectively. Both of them took out the containers they had prepared in advance, sealed these treasures, and stuffed them into their space rings before letting out a sigh of relief. In any case, being able to obtain a leaf from the Immortal Tree and a drop of Immortal Source liquid this time was already a great harvest. As for the Immortal Tree, both of their puppets had been destroyed, so they could no longer enter the seven-colored radiant light and act as they pleased. Oh, little Yang Kai is here. Gue Zhu suddenly turned his head in a certain direction. Hearing what he said, Shui Yu smiled happily and followed his gaze. Sure enough, she saw a streak of light flying over quickly, and from this streak of light, Shui Yu felt a sense of familiarity. A moment later, Yang Kai appeared and was taken aback when he saw so many people gathered here. Even though he had rushed over, he had still been too late. He glanced over at Shui Yu and nodded slightly before rushing over to Gue Zhu and asking in a low voice, "Supreme Elder, was I late?" A little late, Gue Zhu nodded. "But it doesn't matter, the greatest treasure is still here, they can't take it away, ha ha ha." Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately cast his eyes towards the Immortal Tree, squinting his eyes as he carefully examined it, a look of shock gradually appearing on his face. He could feel that this seemingly fragile sapling contained an unimaginable vitality, and one of its leaves, which had a milky white dew-like appearance, was definitely a priceless treasure. Immortal Tree? Immortal Source liquid? Yang Kai called out in surprise. "Oh, you recognize this thing?" Gue Zhu looked at him in amazement. If he hadn't heard Nai Guang and Zilong's words just now, Gue Zhu wouldn't have recognized the Immortal Tree, but Yang Kai had recognized it at a glance. Something with such tremendous vitality, I can't think of anything else besides the Immortal Tree. Yang Kai's face lit up. There's actually an Immortal Tree here. No wonder the divine bird was resting here. The Immortal Tree was a supreme treasure, and in terms of value, it was much higher than Yang Kai's seven-colored soul-warming lotus. After all, the soul-warming lotus only had the effect of nourishing one's soul, while the Immortal Tree could allow a cultivator to achieve an immortal and indestructible body. Which was more important, it was obvious at a glance. Chapter 1793. This is indeed the Immortal Tree, and the drop of Immortal Source liquid on that leaf belongs to this elder. I just divided it up with Enai Guang and Zilong, so their drops have been taken by them. Yang Kai, this old master has no way to enter the seven-colored radiant light to obtain the Immortal Source liquid. Do you have any methods? Gue Zhu looked at Yang Kai expectantly. Although Yang Kai was only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, everything he did gave Gue Zhu a sense of surprise. So at this critical moment, he could only ask Yang Kai, what if this little brat had a way? Yang Kai really did have a way. When he was collecting the heavenly infant grass before, he had tested it and found that the stone mongoose could move freely within the seven-colored radiant light. Although it was still affected to a certain extent, the effect wasn't too great. So when he heard Gue Zhu's question, Yang Kai couldn't help grinning. What's so difficult about that? Quick, stop him. Don't let him take action. Zilong's face changed drastically as he pointed in the direction of Yang Kai and shouted. Since Yang Kai appeared, Zilong's face had become ugly, and now seeing him act so close to Gue Zhu and whispering to each other, Zilong knew that the situation was not good. The puppets he and Enai Guang had brought were damaged and could no longer be used. No one here could do anything about the seven-colored radiant light, But the stone man Zilong had seen before was definitely the key to determining the ownership of the immortal tree. So when he saw Yang Kai show signs of taking action, Zilong couldn't help shouting to Guang, "Brother and I, let's not talk about the grievances between you and me for now. Help me capture this little brat. He has a strange artifact in his hand that can resist the 7-colored radiant light." What? Guang was taken aback and turned to look at Yang Kai. Although he wasn't very familiar with Yang Kai, they had traveled together before and hadn't noticed anything special about Yang Kai. Now, hearing Zilong speak so confidently, Guang couldn't help feeling a little surprised. He couldn't help wondering what kind of strange artifact Yang Kai had that could actually resist the 7-colored radiant light. After all, both he and Zilong had brought their puppets. They were all specially refined, and whether it was Purple Star or Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, there was only one of them. However, even those two puppets were unable to stay in the 7-colored radiant light for too long. Although some of the damage was due to their mutual attacks, the main reason was the suppression of the 7-colored radiant light. The suppression of the treasure light was too terrifying. Could Yang Kai's treasures be more powerful than the two puppets? Brother and I, you don't want to watch the treasure fall into the hands of others, do you? Why don't the two of us work together and get that strange treasure first, then get the immortal tree? After we get the immortal tree, we'll divide it equally. Zilong spoke very quickly, as if he didn't care that Yang Kai was right next to him, as if he didn't put him in his eyes at all. Guang frowned. He glanced at Xueyu. He wanted to ask for Xueyu's opinion. Xueyu slowly shook her head, her expression solemn. Guang understood and responded, "Brother Z, your suggestion isn't very good, so please forgive me for not agreeing to it." Ignorant. Zilong was furious. In this situation, if he wanted to obtain the immortal tree, he had to obtain the treasure he needed. At first glance, it was obvious that Yang Kai was standing together with Guizhu, so the two of them were definitely on the same side. Zilong was afraid of Guizhu, so he could only try to win Guang over, but Guang had refused. Didn't he know that if things continued to develop like this, he would never be able to obtain the immortal tree? The divine bird leaving its nest was an extremely rare opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, he might never obtain the immortal tree again in his life and obtain an immortal and indestructible body. Zilong was as anxious as an ant on a hot wok. Jie. Guizhu laughed strangely to the side, the black chi around his body churning, showing his displeasure. Purple Star's sect master? Hearing about you really can't compare to meeting you in person. Your performance really disappoints this old master. Humph, if you want to deal with this sect master, you'll have to pass through this old master first. Saying so, Guizhu let out a burst of ghostly howls. This howl caused all who heard it to shudder. Stretching out his hand, Zilong summoned the 10,000 soul banner and summoned it, transforming it into a huge ghost head that seemed capable of swallowing the heaven-devouring great emperor and floating in the air. The ghost head exuded a dense yin-chi. Its mouth opened and closed continuously. Its mouth was pitch black, as if it was a bottomless pit. It was extremely frightening. Zilong's face couldn't help changing. "Uncle and I, let's also go to Yang Kai," Xueyu said softly. Guang froze for a moment before nodding, wrapping Xueyu in his Saint Chi before rushing over to Yang Kai and Guizhu's side. When he entered the severed world before, his impression of Guizhu was not very good. He felt that this guy cultivated some kind of evil secret art and was definitely vicious and difficult to get along with. But just now, when Sue was dealing with Xueyu, Guizhu had stepped in to help when Xueyu was in danger. Guang had witnessed this scene. Guang was extremely grateful. As such, he did not reject Xueyu's proposal. He did not know what the relationship between Xueyu and Yang Kai was, but since Xueyu had said so, it was obvious she wanted to stand on Yang Kai's side. After landing, Guang nodded lightly to Guizhu, and Guizhu responded with a chuckle. Two second-order origin kings had joined forces in an instant. Zilong's face became even uglier. Standing in place, he stared coldly at Guizhu and Guang, his mood fluctuating. He knew that if nothing unexpected happened, this immortal tree would probably have nothing to do with him. The two second-order origin kings joining forces already had an absolute advantage. But even so, He could not let them succeed so easily. Zilong made up his mind and quietly sent a message to Su Wei with his divine sense. After Su Wei heard this, he quickly raised his head and beckoned to Kong Fa, who was standing not far away. "Brother Kong, come over here." Kong Fa's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Zilong with some dread. Su Wei chuckled, "Brother Kong, this Su won't harm you. You can rest assured." Kong Fa pondered deeply for a moment before he nodded, and then he walked over slowly. Su Wei then turned his gaze to Meng Tong. Before he could speak, Meng Tong grinned meaningfully. "Farewell, everyone. This Meng will take his leave first, until we meet again." After saying so, he turned around and flew away at an extremely fast speed. He obviously did not want to get involved in this muddy water. After all, the current situation was quite strange. Masters were facing off against each other, and everyone was invisibly divided into two factions. He, Meng Tong, was just an origin king without the slightest background who had entered the severed world just to obtain some benefits. Getting involved in this kind of dispute was not something he wanted. As such, he made a prompt decision to leave immediately. He was the first to arrive and the first to leave, which showed that this person was extremely cautious. It was not just luck that allowed him to cultivate to the origin king realm. Waste. Zilong coldly snorted, quite disdainful of Meng Tong's courage. After Meng Tong left, Zilong now only had Su Wei, a first-order origin king, on his side while the other side had two second-order origin kings. Although he had one more origin king on his side, Zilong still did not have an advantage. The key to victory was still Yang Kai. As long as they could capture Yang Kai and rob him of his precious artifact, it would be a complete victory. Interesting. Guizhu saw Zilong's actions and smiled gloomily. "Yang Kai, as long as this old master is here, no one can touch a hair on your head. Yang Kai, don't worry, uncle and I will also help you look after him," Shui Yu also said from the side. Hearing this, Enai Guang nodded without hesitation. "I will." Since Shui Yu had said so, how could he refute? While agreeing, Enai Guang secretly muttered in his heart. It seemed that the relationship between Shui Yu and Yang Kai was closer than he had imagined. Otherwise, Shui Yu would not have asked him to help. "In that case, I'll have to trouble the two of you." Yang Kai laughed and did not hesitate, directly summoning his embodiment. As soon as this golden embodiment appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. Zilong, Su Wei, and Zidong had seen this embodiment before and knew that Yang Kai would definitely use this artifact to obtain the immortal tree, but this was the first time Guizhu and Guang and the others had seen it. Immediately, all of them were amazed. None of them recognized what the stone mongoose was. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged, placed his soul clone on his embodiment, and controlled it to walk towards the location of the immortal tree step by step. Wishful thinking. Zilong became anxious and could not help shouting as he took a step forward and released the terrifying pressure of an origin king towards Yang Kai. "Ha ha ha, brother Z, this and I would like to exchange pointers." And Guang laughed and also took a step forward, using his own pressure to meet Zilong's. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk with a loud bang. The pressure of two second-order origin kings collided, causing the surrounding space to tremble for a moment. Both of them let out muffled groans at the same time as their figures swayed slightly. In this confrontation, the two sides were actually evenly matched. Enai Guang's eyes were bright and filled with burning fighting spirit as he stared straight at Zilong, but the latter grit his teeth and shouted, "Enai Guang, are you willing to see the immortal tree be taken away by others? It's not too late to join forces with me." Enai Guang curled his lips. "Join forces with you? Stop daydreaming. Even if my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce can't obtain the immortal tree, your purple star can't either." "Good, you forced my hand." Zilong was enraged. His entire body suddenly bloomed with purple light. This purple light seemed to be solid and was extremely frightening. At the same time, Zilong's body suddenly emitted the sound of waves, like a tsunami. Purple Chi, Eternal River Secret Art. Enai Guang's face sank as he realized that Zilong was really anxious and wanted to go all out against him. Not daring to show the slightest neglect, Enai Guang also pushed his secret art to its limit. In an instant, Enai Guang's whole body burst with golden light, as if he was cast from iron, giving him a majestic appearance. The surrounding world energy became turbulent as the territory of the two origin kings began to extend, touch, and disappear. Accompanied by a long roar, Zilong turned into a streak of purple light and rushed towards Enai Guang without hesitation. Enai Guang roared angrily as his figure flickered and transformed into a streak of golden light to meet this attack. An earth-shattering sound rang out as the purple light and golden light collided mid-air, neither giving way to the other in the slightest, the resulting explosion of Saint Chi sputtering out in all directions, as if doomsday had arrived. Chapter 1794. The battle between Zilong and Enai Guang broke out in an instant. Su Wei and Kong Fa stared at the terrifying scene in the sky with trembling eyes, deeply feeling their own powerlessness. As origin kings, both of them were existences with eyes far above their heads, but in the end, they were only first-order origin kings. Now that they saw the full power of two second-order masters, they immediately understood the gap between them. If Enai Guang and Zilong were so strong, what about Guizhu, who was on the same level as them? The two of them couldn't help glancing over at Guizhu. Guizhu didn't have any intention of attacking them and instead just stood guard by Yang Kai's side. He also knew his priorities and knew that protecting Yang Kai was the most important thing right now, so how could he have the leisure to deal with Su Wei and Kong Fa? As long as these two didn't move, Guizhu wouldn't find trouble with them. However, Guizhu didn't expect that Su Wei's life and death were no longer in his hands, but rather in Zidong's. Seeing that his father and Enai Guang were fighting, Zidong naturally wasn't willing to let his father fight alone, so he immediately sent a message to Su Wei and asked him to meet Guizhu head-on. Su Wei's face was extremely ugly as he cursed Zidong in his heart. However, due to his soul brand being controlled by Zidong, he didn't dare to resist and could only turn to his old friend. Rolling his eyes, Su Wei calmed down and quietly sent a message to Kong Fa, "Brother Kong. An opportunity has come." Kong Fa frowned, "Brother Su. The opportunity you speak of, don't tell me you want to take advantage of this opportunity to attack that little brat?" "That's exactly what I was thinking. Do you want to die? That old man beside that little brat seems easy to deal with. Even if you and I join forces, we might not be his opponent." Kong Fa was taken aback. "Brother Kong, riches and honor are found in danger. Since you and I reached the Origin King realm, have we ever broken through again? Do you want to remain in the First Order for the rest of your life? The Immortal Tree is a supreme treasure that many people can't even hope to see. If we miss this opportunity, this Su will never feel at ease. In any case, no matter what you think, this Su is determined to fight. Even if we lose our lives, so what?" Su Wei sincerely tried to mobilize Kong Fa, trying to pull him into the water. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare provoke Guizhu alone. Kong Fa's expression turned solemn. He seemed to be deep in thought. Seeing that there was hope, Su Wei quickly struck while the iron was hot and said, "You and I don't have to fight that old fogey head-on. Now that Enai Guang is entangled with Zilong, we only need one of us to distract that old fogey while the other takes the opportunity to capture that little brat. As long as we can capture that little brat, that old fogey will surely hesitate to attack." That may be the case, but Kong Fa was still somewhat timid. "Brother Kong, this Su is willing to entangle that old fogey. You can take the opportunity to deal with that brat." Su Wei also didn't care too much. He immediately took on all the dangerous tasks. Kong Fa's body shook as he stared at Su Wei in amazement. "Brother Su, you." In his impression, Su Wei wasn't the kind of person who was willing to pay, so Su Wei's proposal surprised him. Su Wei laughed. "I only hope that Brother Kong succeeds. Don't forget this Su's hard work." "Of course not." Kong Fa was finally persuaded by Su Wei and quickly said, "Since Brother Su says so, this Kong will be too disloyal if he still refuses. This matter, I'll do it. If this Kong succeeds, you and I will split the Immortal Tree in half." "Good." Su Wei was overjoyed, thinking that he had finally pulled his old friend into the water. His efforts had not been in vain. After the two finished their discussion, Su Wei no longer wasted any time. Instead of delaying, they began circulating their Saint Chi while staring towards Yang Kai with malicious intent. "Hehehe." Guizhu laughed strangely. "Finally can't hold back? Good. This old master is too bored to stay here. You two little brats can accompany this old master to play. Guizhu's words fell. The huge ghost head that had been suspended midair suddenly roared, opened its big black mouth, and bit towards Kong Fa and Su Wei. The two of them were taken aback and quickly scattered, using their own methods to avoid this attack. Summoning their artifacts and secret techniques, they attacked the ghost head. Guizhu did not panic and simply pointed his finger, splitting the ghost head in half, causing the two's attacks to miss. The two halves of the ghost head then twisted and transformed back into two separate ghost heads that chased after the two. Both Su Wei and Kong Fa's faces sank as they realized that they had underestimated Guizhu too much. Just the pursuit of this ghost head was not something they could easily shake off, let alone approach Yang Kai and attack him. For a time, the place where the divine bird was resting became lively, with fierce battles taking place everywhere. Yang Kai, under the protection of Shuiyu and Guizhu, controlled his embodiment to advance towards the seven-colored radiant light. A short time later, the embodiment arrived in front of the immortal tree. Through the embodiment, Yang Kai could clearly see this immortal tree, and at such a close distance, he could feel just how terrifying the vitality contained in the immortal tree was. Yang Kai had heard rumors about the immortal tree before and had also heard that it had gone extinct in the long river of time, but he had never imagined that one would still exist in this severed world. This was a supreme treasure that could grant one an immortal and indestructible body. It was something even more precious than the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, and now it was right in front of him. Yang Kai's mood could not help surging, but after calming himself down for a while, he controlled his embodiment to try and uproot the immortal tree. The stone mongoose embodiment's two palms gripped the roots of the immortal tree tightly and then exerted a little force to lift it up. But to Yang Kai's surprise, the immortal tree did not budge. The sapling seemed to be rooted in the ground made of steel. Yang Kai could not help increasing his strength. Still, nothing happened. Yang Kai did not believe this and increased his strength even more. After doing this a few times, he could not help but be shocked. Although the stone mongoose embodiment did not devour many rare minerals and did not grow sufficiently, it was a special creature like the stone mongoose that was born with extraordinary strength. When Yang Kai controlled his embodiment to exert its full strength, even a small mountain could shake. But this immortal tree could not be uprooted. But what shocked Yang Kai even more was that even under such a strong force, the immortal tree was not damaged in the slightest. If it had been an ordinary tree, it would have been broken by the embodiment. It seemed that Enaiguang and Zilong's two puppets had not been able to obtain the immortal tree not because they interfered with each other, but because the two puppets were not strong enough. At that time, even if they had joined forces, they would not have been able to obtain the immortal tree. Is it not strong enough? Yang Kai muttered to himself, his eyes flashing. In the next moment, he waved his hand and the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao appeared. If one stone mongoose was not strong enough, two should be enough, right? On top of that, Xiao Xiao had devoured countless rare minerals and was many times stronger than the embodiment in terms of strength. As soon as Xiao Xiao appeared, he received orders from Yang Kai and immediately rushed towards the immortal tree at an incredible speed. In the next moment, he rushed into the seven-colored radiant light. The light suppression came from all directions and Xiao Xiao's body suddenly released an indescribable, extremely profound power that completely offset this suppressive force. Xiao Xiao's body only paused for a moment before he continued forward unimpeded, walking through the seven-colored radiant light as if he were walking on flat ground. This is principal strength? Yang Kai was taken aback. Although his soul clone was controlling the embodiment, he himself was not affected, so he was still able to perceive the changes in Xiao Xiao's body clearly. The power that Xiao Xiao released just now clearly contained the aura of world principles. This kind of aura was not unfamiliar to Yang Kai. As the Star Master of Shadowed Star, Yang Kai could experience the world principles of Shadowed Star, and although the principal strength coming from Xiao Xiao was weak, it was clearly genuine. When did Xiao Xiao comprehend this kind of power? Yang Kai furrowed his brow. The stone mongoose didn't have high sentience, so it was impossible for it to comprehend world principles on its own. So this kind of power must have been formed by external forces. When did this happen? Thinking quickly, Yang Kai suddenly understood. Back on the Ore Star, Xiao Xiao had swallowed the remnant star source of the Ore Star before falling into a deep slumber. At that time, Yang Kai thought that Xiao Xiao's strength would increase greatly after he woke up. But later, it turned out that Xiao Xiao hadn't changed much, so Yang Kai was a little disappointed. Now, it seemed that it wasn't that Xiao Xiao hadn't changed, but rather that he hadn't shown this change. After swallowing the remnant star source of the Ore Star, Xiao Xiao had clearly gained a trace of principal strength, and although this trace of power was weak, it was more than enough to compete with the seven-colored radiant light. The power of laws, that was an extremely profound power. While Yang Kai was lost in thought, Xiao Xiao had already arrived next to the embodiment, stood opposite it, and immediately stretched out his hands to grasp the immortal tree. In the next moment, a low growl came from Xiao Xiao's throat. Its two little eyes were wide open, and it looked like it was using all its strength to do so. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk underground. There was a faint sound of something shattering. As for the immortal tree that had remained motionless all this time, it was finally shaken by this unparalleled power. The frail sapling was being pulled out at a subtle speed, and the ground suddenly cracked with crisscrossing fangs one after another. As the immortal tree was pulled out, the world energy aura in the surrounding area began to fluctuate violently, seemingly causing an incredible chain reaction. This is... Gui Zhu casually obstructed Su Wei and Kong Fa while focusing his senses on the changes around him, a dignified expression appearing on his face. He was shocked to find that within 1,000 kilometers of where his divine sense could perceive, the world energy aura seemed to be stirring and was madly converging towards the immortal tree. In just a short time, the aura in this medicine valley had been greatly reduced. With such an environment, it would likely be difficult for any valuable precious herbs to grow here in the future. This immortal tree is closely connected to the vitality of this medicine valley. Guizhu saw through this and his eyes flashed. At that moment, from the distant horizon, a loud roar suddenly rang out. This roar contained an extremely angry emotion, causing Guizhu to look up and his expression to change drastically. Chapter 1795. On the horizon, a seven-colored light was rapidly approaching, and within this light, a huge figure could be vaguely seen. Not good, Guizhu shouted, no longer bothering to tease Su Wei and Kong Fa. Using all his strength, he repelled the two Origin Kings and shouted to Yang Kai, "The divine bird is returning to its nest. Yang Kai, hurry up." There was no need for him to remind Yang Kai. The moment he heard that loud cry, Yang Kai realized what was happening. His face became extremely solemn. He did not know what kind of ability the divine bird possessed, but it was actually able to sense the changes in the immortal tree. Yang Kai had only made a little progress here, yet it had already been alarmed. With its speed, it would not take long for it to return to this place. Sitting cross-legged on the spot, Yang Kai controlled his embodiment to attack while constantly giving Xiao Xiao orders. Asterisk roar. Asterisk Xiao Xiao noticed Yang Kai's anxiety, and his body suddenly sank as he opened his mouth and let out a roar. A sound wave visible to the naked eye burst from his mouth, and in the next moment, his small body suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Xiao's size had increased by 3 or 4 times. Although this was not his limit, nor had he reached the level of the stone giant, the increase in strength was not to be underestimated. The immortal tree was suddenly uprooted at an extremely impressive speed. Yang Kai glanced in the direction of the divine bird, and his face could not help changing. The seven-colored light was about to reach him and was now less than 100 kilometers away. 100 kilometers might seem far, but with the divine bird's speed, it would only take a few flaps of its wings to cross this distance. At this moment, not only was Yang Kai panicking, but everyone else also seemed a little flustered. Ai Guang and Zilong had already stopped and rushed back, the former pushing his Saint Qi to wrap Xueyu. Before Xueyu left, she shouted Yang Kai's name loudly, urging him to escape. Zilong also took Zidong with him and did not dare to linger, hurriedly retreating. "Brother Kong, let's go." Su Wei's scalp went numb. While shouting, Su Wei formed a series of seals with his hands and spat out a mouthful of turbid qi before transforming into a streak of light and fleeing faster than anyone else. Kong Fa followed closely behind. Many Origin King realm masters fled in panic like stray dogs. The scene was extremely comical. In an instant, everyone around the immortal tree evacuated, leaving only Gue Zhu to guard Yang Kai. Even someone as strong as Gue Zhu was sweating profusely at this moment as the black qi around his body began to fluctuate. "Grand Elder, you go first," Yang Kai said anxiously. "This old man will go with you." Gue Zhu, on the other hand, was very dependable and did not abandon Yang Kai to escape on his own. This made Yang Kai feel that accepting him into High Heaven Sect was indeed a good decision. One had to know that Gue Zhu choosing to stay behind at this time was risking his life. At times like this, it was easier to see a person's true character. Gue Zhu had undoubtedly won Yang Kai's approval. "I'm confident that I can escape. You don't have to worry about me," Yang Kai replied quickly. Gue Zhu was startled but immediately understood that Yang Kai was probably relying on his space force, so he quickly said, "Then you must be careful, this old master will go first." Saying so, his body flickered as the 10,000 soul banner wrapped him up. Transforming into a mass of black qi, Gue Zhu flew off into the distance. In the time it took to speak, the divine bird had already closed in on them, and in the next breath, it would descend upon them. At such a close distance, Yang Kai was able to clearly see what the divine bird looked like. It was an incomparably huge peacock with colorful feathers all over its body. Its tail was slender and long, and it was extremely beautiful. Besides the legendary phoenix, there was likely no other divine bird in this world that was more beautiful than this one. But now, under this beautiful appearance, there was a monstrous, murderous intent. Another loud and clear cry rang through the air. Over where the divine bird was, the 7-colored treasured light swallowed and spat out, attacking in a frenzy. It was as if the Milky Way in the sky had shattered as it swept downwards. Kai Yang leapt up from the ground and rushed forward. At the same time, the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao and his embodiment had already obtained the immortal tree. The moment the immortal tree was pulled out of the ground, the entire Medicine Valley shook for a moment. Xiao Xiao grabbed his embodiment with one hand, while holding the immortal tree with the other, stomped his feet on the ground, and rushed towards Yang Kai. The two sides met up halfway. Yang Kai directly stuffed the 2 stone puppets into his space ring before stretching out his hands. Rich space force surged from his body as he fiercely thrust them into the void and split them apart. A void crack immediately appeared. Yang Kai dove in. The 7-colored radiant light enveloped the place where he had just been and was blocked by the void crack, but Yang Kai had already disappeared. The divine bird seemed to be aware of this, and its huge body swooped down towards the void crack. Inside the void crack, Yang Kai slowly exhaled, a look of lingering fear on his face. If he had been a little slower just now, he really would have been killed by the divine bird. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao had lived up to his expectations and had successfully pulled out the immortal tree. Thinking of the immortal tree, Yang Kai's heart became hot again. How did such a precious treasure end up in his hands? Yang Kai had never expected that his trip to the severed world would yield such an earth-shattering harvest. His original intention was to come here to find a shocking void beast and obtain its monster core, but everything that happened afterwards was beyond his expectations. Whether it was the many precious treasures he had collected in the Medicine Valley or the immortal tree, they had all far exceeded his expectations. Yang Kai's blood boiled with excitement. At that moment, a strange fluctuation of power came from not far behind him. Yang Kai frowned and turned around to look, but after seeing the scene in front of him, he could not help paling in shock, his eyes widening in an instant. From the void crack he had torn open to escape, a huge claw had reached in, and from the shape of this claw, it was undoubtedly the 7-colored radiant peacock divine bird. Could it actually break through the blockade of Space Force and accurately find the void he was in? Yang Kai's face suddenly sank. Immediately afterwards, a second claw reached out from the void crack, one that was as sharp as a sword and glowed with a cold light. Looking around, it was as if these 2 claws had grabbed hold of a door and something terrifying was trying to come out from it, causing one to shudder. The next moment, the two claws fiercely parted, and the void crack Yang Kai had torn open immediately widened. Through the void crack, Yang Kai could vaguely see the situation on the other side, but he could not see it clearly. The divine bird's head poked out of the void crack, and its two scarlet eyes immediately fixed on Yang Kai, who was suspended in the void. There was an unforgettable hatred in its eyes. The divine bird opened its mouth and let out an angry roar as a dazzling seven-colored light quickly formed in its throat. Not good. Yang Kai was scared out of his wits and did not dare to stay in place. Even Guang and Zilong did not dare to touch the seven-colored radiant light. Although Yang Kai was confident in his strength, he did not dare compare himself to Guang and Zilong. So naturally, escaping was more important. As soon as he left, the seven-colored radiant light shot out from the divine bird's mouth like a beam of light, shooting straight into the depths of the void. Wherever he passed, the void would tremble. Huh. Yang Kai frowned. Although he had avoided the attack of the seven-colored radiant light and did not suffer any damage at this moment, he was keenly aware that the void crack here seemed to be somewhat unstable under the influence of the seven-colored radiant light and was showing signs of collapsing at any time. This discovery caused Yang Kai to break out in a cold sweat. He never expected that the divine bird would have such a shocking method. Another seven-colored beam of light was shot out. Although Yang Kai had already distanced himself from the divine bird, and the other party had no intention of pursuing him through the void crack, when the second beam of light poured into the void crack, the surrounding space became even more unstable. This guy, he shouldn't be trying to destroy the void crack to force me out, right? Yang Kai thought of a possibility, and his mood suddenly became extremely bad. If this was the case, the situation would be terrible. He thought that after obtaining the immortal tree, he would be safe inside this void crack, but he did not expect that even if he hid inside the void crack, he would still have to worry. The third beam of seven-colored radiant light poured in the fourth. The divine bird seemed to be tireless and continued to spew out beams of light into the void, and as the number of beams of light increased, the void crack became more and more unstable. Finally, when the divine bird spat out 9 beams of light, a dark hole suddenly appeared in the void that was hit by the beams of light. This scene looked as if the void crack had been pierced through by the divine bird. At this time, the entire void crack began to collapse, and the space principles became extremely chaotic as the void crack rapidly shrank towards a certain point in the center. It was conceivable that once this void crack completely shrank, this void crack would no longer exist and Yang Kai would be ruthlessly crushed by the power of this void crack. Yang Kai could not help cursing, and without even thinking about it, flew directly towards the void crack created by the divine bird. Now that he wanted to escape from this void crack, he could return to the severed world through another weak point in the void, but returning to the severed world was not necessarily safe. Once the divine bird smelled his aura, he would not be able to escape the fate of being hunted down. He could only pin his hopes on the new hole, praying that the hole was connected to a safe location. With his space principles, Yang Kai did not have to worry about getting lost in the void. So no matter where this void crack led to, it was better than returning to the severed world. Yang Kai made a prompt decision without the slightest delay. After a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai arrived in front of the void crack and dove in. After his figure disappeared, the divine bird coldly looked in the direction he left and retracted its head and claws. Chapter 1796. In front of the divine bird, the power of the void fluctuated as the collapsing and shrinking void cracks gave off a terrifying aura. After a short while, the void crack in the severed world condensed into a single mass. However, it did not disappear completely and instead formed a huge rotating vortex in front of the divine bird. This vortex was translucent, like a mirror. Through this mirror, one could vaguely see the scene on the other side. On the other side, a figure was looking around, seemingly at a loss. If this figure was not Yang Kai, who could it be? The divine bird naturally saw this clearly and without hesitation, let out a cry, flapped its wings, and plunged into the vortex in front of it. Immediately afterwards, its figure appeared on the other side of the mirror. When the divine bird left the severed world, the monstrous pressure dissipated in an instant. The origin kings who had fled before also appeared one after another and gathered not far in front of the vortex, staring at the situation on the other side with strange looks on their faces. Over there, Yang Kai was being chased by the divine bird, his figure gradually disappearing into the distance. And the space he and the divine bird were in looked so familiar. Is that star territory? Enai Guang raised his brow as he recognized that this territory was where they had entered the severed world before. How could such a thing happen? Guizhu was also confused, unable to understand. Not far away, Zilong's expression fluctuated, as if he was contemplating something, but soon, he made a decision. After secretly informing Zidong, he wrapped Zidong in his Saint Chi and rushed towards the vortex. Su Wei was restrained and had no choice but to follow. After these three people rushed into the whirlpool and appeared on the other side, they immediately chased after Kaiyang. From the looks of it, Kaiyang didn't hesitate. Obviously, they were unwilling to give up. After all, the immortal tree was now in Yang Kai's hands. As long as they could catch up with Yang Kai, they would have a chance to snatch the immortal tree from him. Uncle and I, let's go too, Shuiyu said anxiously. Enai Guang nodded. It looks like we'll be leaving this vortex. There is no doubt that this is the territory of the star realm, and there is no danger here. There are not many benefits to be had here. Let's go. Saying so, he turned to look at Guizhu again. This friend. Do you intend to? Guizhu coldly snorted. My sect master is being pursued, so this old master naturally cannot stand idly by. All right, then I'll go with you. The two of them reached an agreement and rushed toward the whirlpool. The remaining Kong Fa thought for a moment and hurriedly followed. Just as Enai Guang had said, there weren't many benefits left in this place. Even if they stayed, they wouldn't be able to gain much. They might even provoke the dangerous existences in this place. If he was lucky, he might be able to snatch some benefits from Yang Kai. Not long after, everyone had completely disappeared. After a short while, a figure stealthily appeared on the spot, and he turned his head to look around with a terrified expression. It was Meng Tong who had left earlier. No one knew where he was hiding, and he only showed himself after things had calmed down. Swish, swish, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. There's still someone here? Meng Tong was stunned for a moment before looking in the direction of the source of the sound. A moment later, a beautiful figure appeared in his field of vision. After seeing the person's appearance, Meng Tong smiled at him as a form of greeting. Oh, it's Brother Meng? The person recognized Meng Tong and called out happily. Elder Luo. Meng Tong greeted as he recognized this person. It was Luo Lan of Sword Union. Although they weren't familiar with each other, they had met a few times. Meng Tong was like this and had no grudges with other origin kings. He also didn't have deep friendships with other origin kings, so he had always been alone. What happened here? This mistress seemed to have seen the divine bird in the distance just now, Luo Lan asked curiously. Luo Lan asked curiously. She had also seen the divine bird leave its nest, but she was too far away at that time. By the time she arrived, everything had already been settled, so she was at a loss as to what had happened here. It's a long story. Meng Tong smiled bitterly, but now there's an opportunity to leave this place. Would Elder Luo like to leave first? Luo Lan was startled and looked towards the vortex thoughtfully, lightly opening her red lips and asking, Leave through this vortex? And they have all left, so perhaps only you and I are left in the severed world. This Meng is also planning to leave. Meng Tong nodded. They've all left? Luo Lan was surprised, but after thinking about it, she nodded. In that case, this mistress will leave with you. That's good. Meng Tong smiled. After he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed towards the whirlpool. After he and Luo Lan left the severed world and returned to Star Territory, Meng Tong had time to briefly explain what had happened to Luo Lan. When she learned that the immortal tree had fallen into Yang Kai's hands in the end, Luo Lan was shocked. After all, there were so many masters present at that time, including 3 second-order origin kings, but in the end, the one who obtained it was Yang Kai, an origin returning realm master. This was both ironic and unexpected. Luo Lan could not help sighing that Yang Kai's luck was so good. However, the The divine bird obviously did not give up and instead chased Yang Kai all the way from the severed world to star territory. At this moment, Yang Kai's situation must be extremely dangerous. That's what happened. After Meng Tong finished speaking, he did not say anything else. Luo Lan looked into the distance with some worry, not knowing if Yang Kai could escape this disaster. Yang Kai gave her a good impression and was someone Gu Jian Xian wanted to befriend, so she naturally did not want any accidents to happen to Yang Kai. But now, the direction of the situation was not something she could control, so Luo Lan felt powerless. Elder Luo, this Meng is preparing to leave. Farewell. Meng Tong was a careful person. Although the immortal tree was also very attractive to him, he didn't think that extreme luck was enough to defy the heavens, so he didn't intend to meddle in the muddy waters behind him. After leaving the severed world, he returned to his cave mansion to enter secluded retreat. He had gained quite a lot from this trip. If he was lucky enough, he could go into seclusion for a while. Even if he couldn't advance, he could still increase his strength by a lot. Thank you for clearing my doubts, Brother Meng. Have a safe journey. Luo Lan nodded lightly. Farewell. Meng Tong cupped his hands slightly. Then, he turned around and left. After Meng Tong left, Luo Lan couldn't help but sigh, but she didn't intend to pursue him. Instead, she identified the direction and returned to Azure Tree Star. At the same time, Yang Kai was running wildly in star territory. Behind him, the 7 luminaries peacock chased after him at lightning speed. This made him extremely depressed. Yang Kai did not know how strong the divine bird was or what realm it was equivalent to, but judging from the fact that this evil beast had been chasing him all this time, its strength was definitely not below a third-order origin king. This was because even though he had used the secret space technique to move at high speed, he was still unable to move. Even so, Yang Kai was still unable to get rid of its pursuit. With a gentle flap of its broad wings, the divine bird could cross a distance of several dozen kilometers in an instant. Yang Kai almost coughed up blood. The divine bird seemed to have a deep enmity with him for killing its father and stealing its wife as it chased after him relentlessly. The distance between the two would sometimes widen and sometimes shrink, making it impossible for Yang Kai to escape. What made Yang Kai even more frightened was that, from time to time, the divine bird would spit out a burst of 7 luminaries light. Every time this happened, Yang Kai had to concentrate on dodging, not daring to let this light touch him. This kind of fleeing through star territory while being chased by a powerful enemy was somewhat familiar. When Yang Kai fled from Green Mountain Star, Luo Hai had pursued him like this for more than half a year until Yang Kai went to Scarlet Wave Star. It was only after Yang Kai hid inside the sealed world bead that Luo Hai completely lost track of him. And now, the divine bird was doing the same thing again. Its strength was much higher than Luo Hai's. If Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of Space had not improved greatly during this time, he would definitely have been doomed this time. Mobilizing his space force again and again to avoid the 7 luminaries' light, the situation seemed extremely dangerous. After countless fruitless attacks, the situation became worse. The divine bird seemed to have been thoroughly enraged. It no longer simply spat out light to attack Yang Kai. Instead, it began condensing many feathers made of pure energy from its body and shot towards Yang Kai. Light was easy to gather, but these attacks were extremely difficult to defend against. Yang Kai had suffered greatly. He had condensed more than 20 blood beasts in the severed world with great difficulty. He had also lost several of them in order to avoid danger. Each blood beast represented a golden blood thread, and the loss of a blood beast meant the destruction of a golden blood thread. Yang Kai's heart was bleeding. Asterisk Shio. Asterisk the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly came from behind. Yang Kai's complexion changed, and just as he was about to dodge, he was shocked to find that the divine bird's attack this time was somewhat different. It was much faster and more ferocious than before. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai hurriedly turned around and waved his hands in front of him. The space in front of him was affected by his space force, and a circular void crack suddenly appeared. As soon as this void crack formed, a ray of light shot out. With a bang, the circular void crack created by Yang Kai was directly shattered, and a fierce attack pierced through it and hit Yang Kai squarely in the chest. Feeling a great pain, Yang Kai felt as if his body was about to be torn apart as something poured into his chest and shot out from his back, leaving behind a spray of golden blood. Suffering such a heavy blow, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became sluggish. Under the tremendous inertia, Yang Kai's body flew backwards like a ragged sack. While he was busy, Kai Yang lowered his head to look at his injuries. When he saw them, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. His chest had really been penetrated by something, but fortunately, it had not hurt his heart and had only brushed past the right side of his chest. This kind of injury was not fatal, but it was enough for Yang Kai to suffer. Asterisk chi chi. Asterisk a sound that made Yang Kai's soul tremble rang out. Looking up, Yang Kai saw real feathers floating around the 7-colored radiant peacock's body. These were the divine bird's feathers, each of which was condensed from its essence and would not be used lightly. From this, it could be seen how determined the divine bird was to kill Yang Kai. Chapter 1797. It seemed that the attack that had severely injured him before was also a manifestation of the divine bird's feather. Thinking so, Yang Kai's expression became extremely dignified. While pushing his Saint Chi to suppress his injuries, he also urged his golden blood threads to weave a golden blood shield behind him. At the same time, he circulated his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. In an instant, a 5-colored light flashed around Yang Kai's body. Countless thin sword chi streaked across this light, accompanied by the sound of 10,000 swords ringing out. Even with the strength of his physical body, he had not been able to resist the attack of the divine bird's feather and had been pierced through from the front to the back. This time, facing so many of them, how could Yang Kai dare act carelessly? In an instant, Yang Kai used all his defensive means. But just as he finished doing all this, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind him. At this moment, Yang Kai felt like he was a canoe sailing through monstrous waves, tossing and turning unsteadily, as if he could be destroyed at any moment. This was a feeling of his life hanging by a thread. At this moment of great crisis, Yang Kai was surprisingly calm, his perception sharper than usual. He danced left and right amidst the terrifying attacks, trying his best to avoid the attacks of the divine bird's feathers. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk one attack after another brushed past Yang Kai's body, some of them even managing to graze him, causing the 5-colored radiance of the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art to dim significantly. Time had never passed so slowly before, but it also seemed to have passed in the blink of an eye. By the time the sound of something breaking through the air disappeared, Yang Kai had almost collapsed. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk another attack came from behind him. Yang Kai caught a glimpse of a 7-colored light from the corner of his eye. 7-colored radiant light. Yang Kai's face sank as he realized that he really could not avoid this time. Just now, in order to avoid the attack of the divine bird's feather, he had expended a great deal of energy and concentration. At this critical moment, the divine bird had spat out the 7-colored radiant light, cutting off any hope he had of continuing to evade. At this critical moment, Yang Kai hurriedly summoned the sealed world bead and his figure flickered, disappearing in place. He went straight into the sealed world bead. The next moment, the 7-colored radiant light enveloped the sealed world bead. Although the power of the treasure light was boundless, but how could it harm an emperor artifact in the slightest? As such, the sealed world bead only paused for a moment before shooting off into the distance like an arrow. The divine bird that had been chasing after Yang Kai also showed an anthropomorphic look of astonishment. Previously, he had not scolded them on how to escape and how to use the power of space. It could accurately grasp the direction of Yang Kai. Then, he easily chased after them. But this time, when Yang Kai summoned the sealed world bead, it completely lost track of Yang Kai. However, a divine bird was still a divine bird. Although it didn't know what was so great about the sealed world bead, it knew that Yang Kai's disappearance must have something to do with this bead. As such, it let out a cry and rushed forward at an extremely fast speed, wanting to swallow the sealed world bead into its belly. But how could Yang Kai allow it to do as it wished? After using the sealed world bead to avoid the 7-colored radiant light, he quickly ran out of the sealed world bead, grabbed this emperor artifact, and continued to flee. Being teased by Yang Kai like this, the divine bird was furious and its feathers trembled, as if it wanted to tear Yang Kai to pieces in the next moment. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Inside the star field, an extremely mysterious power began to fill the air, gradually becoming richer and richer. Strangely enough, this sudden appearance of this power only tightly lingered around the divine bird, like the golden hoop curse, unable to shake it off, but had no effect on Yang Kai, who was fleeing not far away. This strange power was growing at an extremely fast rate. After a dozen breaths of time, a purple thundercloud appeared above the divine bird's head. Purple arcs of lightning swam through this thundercloud like snakes, giving it an unfathomable power. The purple thundercloud floated strangely above the divine bird's head, following it like a shadow. No matter how the divine bird moved, it was unable to shake it off, just like how it was chasing Yang Kai. For the first time, the divine bird showed a look of dread and cried out anxiously. Although Yang Kai didn't know what was happening behind him, he also noticed that something was wrong, but at this time, how could he be in the mood to look back? Instead, he focused on running away. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk a sound that resounded throughout the star territory exploded in Yang Kai's ears. The moment this sound rang out, his soul became somewhat unstable and his already injured body paled, causing him to cough up a mouthful of golden blood. The divine bird behind him cried out angrily as a purple bolt of lightning fell from above and struck its huge body. A burnt smell instantly filled the air, and even the powerful seven-colored radiant peacock was struck by this purple bolt of lightning, causing it to tremble and lose several of its colorful feathers. The speed of its pursuit of Yang Kai was greatly reduced. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk a second explosion rang out, and a second purple bolt of lightning fell. The divine bird suffered another heavy blow and cried out even more angrily, flapping its wings even harder, but it was still unable to resist the onslaught of the purple thundercloud. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk a third. Yang Kai rushed out a few thousand kilometers in a row and felt that he was now a safe distance away from the divine bird. Only then did he have the leisure to turn around and take a look. What he saw made Yang Kai overjoyed. He clearly saw that the divine bird, which he was so afraid of and could only flee in embarrassment, was now fighting against the terrifying heavenly pressure. A breakthrough? The first thought that flashed through Yang Kai's mind was that the divine bird had broken through its shackles at this time and reached the next realm. After all, the purple thundercloud that condensed above the divine bird's head was too similar to a baptism of heaven and earth. No. Yang Kai quickly denied this conjecture. The divine bird's strength was intrepid and its realm was profound. It was not a simple matter for an existence like it to break through. Perhaps its strength had not improved for thousands of years, so it did not make sense for it to suddenly break through at this time. Moreover, Yang Kai did not feel that the divine bird's aura had become stronger, even though it was already very strong. If it was not a breakthrough, then how could this scene be explained? Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of a great idea. Suddenly, he laughed out loud. His previous depression and helplessness swept away and was replaced with a sense of satisfaction. There's no mistake, it's definitely the rejection of heaven and earth principles. Yang Kai's eyes brightened as he stared in the direction of the divine bird, watching it struggle and wail under the purple thundercloud. He felt as if the heavens were looking out for him, actually obstructing the divine bird's pursuit at this critical moment. Heaven and earth principles were a strange kind of power that was difficult to describe, but also extremely profound. At the very least, an Origin King realm cultivator was unable to touch upon world principles. Even if one became the star master of a certain cultivation star, they could only vaguely sense the world principles of that cultivation star and could slightly mobilize those world principles for their own use, enjoying many of the benefits of a star master. Heaven and earth principles would reject all existences that did not belong to their own world. For example, Shadowed Star's world principles were very simple. They simply rejected Origin Kings. After Qian Tong broke through to the Origin King realm, he returned to Shadowed Star, thinking that he would be able to reach the pinnacle of Shadowed Star, but he had not expected to be rejected by Shadowed Star's world principles. From time to time, he would be struck by thunder tribulation or fire tribulation, tormenting him to the point where he did not dare enter retreat to cultivate. Moreover, this kind of repulsive force would only grow stronger and stronger, so if he did not leave as soon as possible, he would sooner or later be tortured to death. As a last resort, he could only beg Yang Kai to take him away from Shadowed Star. Qian Tong's situation should be the same as what the Divine Bird was experiencing right now. The Divine Bird did not belong to Star's territory, so its existence had challenged the authority of Star's territory's world principles, so it was being rejected. The purple thunderclouds were the most direct manifestation of this rejection. The Divine Bird could resist this repulsive force, but it might not be able to do so next time. Because this was the repulsive force of the entire Star's territory, not the subtle repulsive force of Qian Tong on Shadowed Star. This kind of repulsive force was not comparable to what Qian Tong was experiencing. Yang Kai also remembered Qian Tong's experience and made some inferences about this scene. Although he was not certain, he was at least 80% sure. Looking at the scene in the distance, Yang Kai's heart settled. Without the Divine Bird chasing after him, there was no need for him to panic. Standing high up in the sky, Yang Kai took out a few healing pills from his space ring and stuffed them into his mouth, continuing to heal himself while observing the situation in the distance. In the distance, a purple light flashed, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, as one bolt of purple lightning after another fell from the sky. No matter how the Divine Bird tried to dodge, these bolts of lightning would accurately bombard it, each time seeming to cause it some damage. After dozens of times in a row, the Divine Bird began to panic. It could perceive that each bolt of purple lightning was more powerful than the last. It was able to resist them now, but if this continued, it might really fall here. Although the immortal tree was precious, compared to its own life, it was nothing more than a foreign object. How to choose? The Divine Bird naturally understood. After once again withstanding the power of the purple lightning, the Divine Bird no longer dared to remain in place and quickly turned its huge body to return. It also felt the repulsive force of this star's territory, so it knew what to do to ensure its safety, so it decided to return to its nest immediately. Oh, the Divine Bird is returning. Up ahead, two streaks of light were rapidly approaching. It was Zilong, Zidong, and Su Wei who had gone ahead. When Zidong saw the huge body of the Divine Bird, he exclaimed thoughtfully, "Was that little brat killed by the Divine Bird?" Zilong did not answer and instead stared at the purple thundercloud above the Divine Bird's head. When he felt the terrifying power contained in this thundercloud, his face could not help changing as he quickly changed direction to avoid the Divine Bird. However, the Divine Bird was furious at this moment, so how could it allow Zilong to leave? Opening its mouth, it spat out 7-colored radiant light towards Zilong's trio. Zidong screamed, his face pale as paper. Zilong and Su Wei, on the other hand, wore dignified expressions as they hurriedly used their own methods to dodge. By the time they managed to avoid the attack of the 7-colored radiant light, the Divine Bird was already 1,000 kilometers away. Chapter 1798. This Divine Bird? Su Wei was confused, not knowing what the Divine Bird had encountered at this moment and why it was fleeing like a stray dog. "It seems to be breaking through," Zilong said thoughtfully. It wasn't that he didn't know enough, it was just that when it came to world principles, he had no way of understanding them. "Look over there." Zidong seemed to have discovered a new continent as he pointed in a certain direction and screamed, "It's that little brat. It's definitely that little brat. He's not dead yet." A few thousand kilometers away, a dazzling light flashed. Although it was too far away for Zidong to see Yang Kai's face clearly, he could still speculate that it was Yang Kai. After all, at this time, in this place, who else could it be but Yang Kai? "It's good he's not dead." Zilong's eyes flashed. "The heavens are really helping me." He had been worried that Yang Kai would be killed by the Divine Bird and the immortal tree would be snatched back. But now that he learned that Yang Kai was safe, his mood suddenly shook. As long as the immortal tree was still in Yang Kai's hands, he still had a chance. Not hesitating any longer, Zidong wrapped Zidong in his Saint Chi and quickly chased in the direction of Yang Kai. Not far behind Zilong's group of 3, and Aiguang, Guizhou, and the others also encountered the returning divine bird and were thrown into confusion by the seven-colored radiant light it spat out. The divine bird is returning to its nest. Yangkai, he. After Shuiyu stabilized herself, her face couldn't help going pale as she thought of a possibility that was almost impossible to accept, causing her body to tremble slightly. Women were different from men. Many years ago, on that dead star, her entire body had been groped by Yangkai. Although she hated him at that time, he was still the first man who had ever touched her body and occupied an extremely special place in her heart. Later, she was eroded by the profound in sunflower water, and her life was hanging by a thread. It was Yangkai who refined a spirit pill that saved her life. She tried to win over Yangkai. She wanted to keep this man by her side but was rejected by him, causing Shuiyu to feel sad. So over the years, Shuiyu had been brooding over Yangkai and could not forget him. But she had her pride. She had her own way of doing things, and it was impossible for her to pester Yangkai like an ordinary woman. As the next successor of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, what she needed to consider the most was the prosperity of the Chamber of Commerce. As for her own happiness and desires, they were nothing more than an illusion. In the Emperor Garden, meeting Yangkai for the second time, Shuiyu was overjoyed and wanted to have a good talk with Yangkai. But when she saw Yangkai and Shanqing Luo, the Dragon Lady, being so affectionate, Shuiyu couldn't help but get angry. That reunion did not end well. This matter made Shuiyu feel regret for a long time, and she also blamed herself for a long time. He secretly made up his mind that if he really had the chance to see Yangkai again, he must make things clear to him. However, she also knew that the territory of Star was so vast that it was almost impossible for two people who had no contact with each other to reunite. What made her even more surprised was that a reunion really came. Outside the entrance to the severed world, Shuiyu saw Yangkai rush over. She couldn't believe her eyes. She was not a little girl who was easily confused, and she had always scoffed at the idea of fate, but this time, she somewhat believed it. In the severed world, in the face of a life or death crisis, Shuiyu finally put aside everything. Using an almost shameless and forceful method to force Kai Yang to declare his position, he achieved his goal. As she said, her expectations were not high, as long as there was such a man in this world. As long as he could treat her like a woman and let her feel everything a woman should feel, she would be satisfied. But now, this person might be dead. Shuiyu could hardly accept this, as if she had been struck by lightning, her pretty face pale and bloodless. Young boy isn't dead. Guizhu's eyes were deep as he stared forward. Zilong has chased after him, so he must have discovered young boy's whereabouts. We need to catch up as well. With his strength, he won't be able to resist Zilong. If Zilong really succeeds, there will be no turning back. Hearing what he said, Shuiyu's tender body trembled as she quickly turned to Anai Guang and called out in a trembling voice, "Uncle Anai." Anai Guang remained silent as he enveloped Shuiyu in his Saint Chi and flew alongside Guizhu. After flying for a while, Anai Guang suddenly said, "Third young master, Yangkai will be a good friend, but you shouldn't take him too seriously. You need to know what kind of mission you are shouldering." He obviously saw the problem. Whether it was Shuiyu's performance in the severed world before or her current eagerness, he realized just how important Yangkai was to Shuiyu. Hearing this, Shuiyu's face stiffened as she nodded slightly. "I know, Uncle and I." Guizhu chuckled strangely. Love between a man and a woman is a matter of course. What does this have to do with the mission she is shouldering? Hehehe, your Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's actions are too contemptible. Anai Guang's face changed drastically as he turned his head to look at Guizhu in amazement. "What are you looking at? This old master knows that this little girl is a woman. This old master believes you also know." Guizhu coldly snorted. "What are you trying to say?" Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, daring to let Anai Guang take Shuiyu out for life experience meant that he was a trustworthy person. On top of that, Anai Guang was a second-order origin king, so he was definitely qualified to access the top secrets of the Chamber of Commerce. As such, Guizhu was not afraid of leaking information. In fact, as Guizhu expected, only a few people in Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce knew that Shuiyu was a woman, and Anai Guang was one of them. Guang and President Aio had known each other since they were young and had made great contributions to the development of Hongluo Chamber of Commerce over the years. It could be said that Guang's status in the Chamber of Commerce was second only to Aio and the supreme elders who did not care about worldly affairs. How do you know this kind of thing? Guang was shocked. What's so strange about it? Guizhu sneered. Not only does this old master know that this little girl is a woman, but this old master can also see that her physique is not ordinary. Although I don't know what it is specifically, I think it has something to do with you concealing her true gender. And, let this old master guess, a physique that needs to be concealed in order to conceal one's gender, besides the rumored wonderful furnace divine body, there is also the dragon marrow phoenix body. This little girl's appearance is not very charming, so it should not be the wonderful furnace divine body. She dressed up as a man and looked quite valiant. So it should be the dragon marrow phoenix body? TSK. This kind of physique is hard to come by in 10,000 years. Guang was really shocked this time as he stared at Guizhu gloomily. He had never expected this old man's vision to be so sharp and his memory to be so good. With just a few guesses, he was able to deduce Shueyu's true physique. Shueyu was also shocked as she stared at Guizhu in amazement. She believed that this kind of thing was not something Yang Kai had told Guizhu, and Yang Kai would not be bored to such an extent. You. Guang opened his mouth. Relax, relax. Guizhu smiled and stretched out his hand, patting Guang's shoulder affectionately. Guang was still a little vigilant, but after realizing that Guizhu had no malicious intent, he didn't react too strongly and simply let him pat his shoulder. This old master won't do anything to this little girl. After all, this little girl is my sect master's woman. Senior. Shueyu blushed furiously and shot Guizhu a reproachful glare, blaming him for speaking such nonsense. Guang's head was a mess, and after being tormented by Guizhu, he could only turn his eyes to Shueyu. Shueyu lowered her head, not daring to make a sound. Huh. Guang sighed deeply. This matter. Don't let your father know about it. I'm afraid he will be angry. I've watched you grow up, and Uncle and I has no children, so you are my daughter. This matter. I'll find an opportunity to speak to your father and see what he thinks. Thank you, Uncle and I. Shueyu bit her red lips and whispered. Don't thank me yet. You know what your father's temper is like. This matter will be difficult to handle. Guang sighed deeply before suddenly glaring at Guizhu. You old bastard. You're too shameless, saying such words in front of a junior. Heh. Guizhu laughed strangely, not caring at all. But, Guang's expression became solemn as he stared deeply at Guizhu. You just called that little brat sect master. So does that mean you're from the same sect as him? What sect are you from? Why have I never heard of you before? In Guang's opinion, with Guizhu's powerful cultivation, the sect he belonged to was definitely not some obscure existence and should be famous. However, Guang had never heard of Guizhu before, nor had he ever met him. This old master and young boy are indeed from the same sect, but this old master only decided to join when we were in the severed world. This old master has never even seen a sect before. Guang looked at Guizhu like he was a fool and asked in amazement, You only decided to join? What does that little brat's sect have that could attract someone like you? A sect that could win over a second-order origin king must have a strong attraction, otherwise, how could a second-order origin king agree to join? Guang was very curious about what Yang Kai's sect had that could attract Guizhu. Heh. Guizhu chuckled without saying anything, wearing a mysterious look. Humph. If this old master told you that there were 3 origin king-grade alchemists in his sect, wouldn't you be scared to death? This old master won't brag about such things casually. Forget it. Guang waved his hand with some interest. If you don't want to say, then forget it. But since old master is here, that little brat's sect shouldn't be bad. Also, I can see that little brat's aptitude and character aren't bad. Yu's vision isn't bad, so he has some qualifications to match Yu. Shueyu smiled sweetly. Hearing Guang praise Yang Kai, she seemed happier than hearing him praise her. And Ai Guang saw her expression and sighed in his heart. Yu was such a wise person, so how could she act like an ordinary woman when faced with such a situation? Chapter 1799. Within star territory, Yang Kai was fleeing as fast as he could. Although the divine bird was repelled by the world principles and had to retreat temporarily, Yang Kai knew that his crisis had not yet been resolved, because a dazzling purple light was rapidly chasing after him from behind. Zilong. Almost without thinking, Yang Kai knew who the owner of this purple light was. With such a conspicuous color, who else but Zilong, who cultivated the purple chi eternal river secret art, could possess such a dazzling color? Since Zilong had chased after him, Su Wei must also be here. With his current strength, if Yang Kai was at his peak, he might be able to face a first-order origin king, but against a master like Zilong, he was powerless. What's more, when he was being chased by the divine bird, he had repeatedly used his space force, which had consumed too much of his energy. His body had also been pierced by the divine bird's feathers, so at this moment, Yang Kai only wanted to run as far away as possible, so how could he dare to slow down? But even with his space force, after such a long time of running and exhausting himself, Yang Kai was beginning to feel exhausted. Using his space force, Zilong could only move a dozen kilometers at a time. Such a distance was nothing to a second-order origin king, and even if he was not proficient in the Tao of space, with Zilong's strength, he could cover such a distance in the blink of an eye. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only summon his star shuttle and sit cross-legged atop it, urging his wind and thunder wings to fly forward. Behind him, the sound of wind and thunder rang out as a pair of transparent two-colored wings appeared. The left half was filled with wind attribute energy, while the right half was filled with thunder attribute energy, allowing Yang Kai's speed to soar. Looking back, Yang Kai silently observed for a moment and determined that his current speed was almost equal to Zilong's. Only then did he feel relieved. As long as he could buy some time, he would have a chance to recover. However, where to escape to now was the key question. The immortal tree was too attractive, and Yang Kai was sure Zilong would not give it up. As such, Yang Kai had to choose a clear target, a safe one at that. Among the star territory, only Tongxian Realm's Cultivation Star and Shadowed Star were familiar to Yang Kai, but these two places were too far away from him. It would take at least 1 or 2 days to fly there, and those two places weren't safe either. If they really lured Zilong to one of these places, it would only lead to disaster. Whether it was Tongxian Realm or Shadowed Star, there was no master capable of resisting Zilong. Tongxian Realm was no good. Shadowed Star was also no good. So where should he go? Yang Kai was at a loss for a moment. He had roamed the territory for so many years, but in the end, he found that his contact area was too monotonous. At this moment when his life was in danger, he actually had no place to go. He thought so. He immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea, transformed his soul avatar, and looked up. In the sky above his sea of consciousness, the stars twinkled, specks of light. It was the star that Yang Kai had refined into his sea of consciousness, a star that occupied the entire territory of the star. Yang Kai's divine sense quickly traversed through the star, looking for a place to take refuge. Every time he looked at a place, he would slowly shake his head, and his expression would sink a little for a while. He couldn't find a good place to hide. Suddenly, he saw a certain place and his eyes couldn't help lighting up. Muttering under his breath, he muttered, "Yes, I can go to that place. How stupid." He secretly blamed himself for being too anxious and forgetting about that place. If he could escape to that place, what did it matter if Zilong was a second-order origin king? Forget about him. Even if those old monsters came, they wouldn't be able to get him out of there. That place was an absolutely safe haven. Moreover, he could also take the opportunity to consolidate his gains in this place and see if he could break through to the Origin King realm. The only difference between him and an Origin King was in terms of cultivation. In addition, whether it was his physical body or divine sense, Yang Kai's comprehension of the heavenly way was far superior to that of an ordinary Origin King. So, as long as he could break through to the Origin King realm, he would no longer have to fear Zilong. "I've decided. I'll go there," Yang Kai shouted. his soul avatar dispersing as his consciousness flew out of his knowledge sea and returned to his physical body. In the next moment, he opened his eyes, and his eyes flickered with a bright light. He turned his head and glanced gloomily at Zilong, who was chasing after him, and he sneered, "Chase after me! Chase after me! Sooner or later, it'll be too late for regrets, humph." Pushing his Saint Chi, his star shuttle suddenly accelerated. This bastard! A few thousand kilometers away, Zidong cursed. What kind of secret technique is he using to be so fast? Zilong's face was also gloomy, his mood very bad. Originally, he thought that without the interference of the divine bird, it would be absolutely easy to capture Yang Kai with his strength. But how could he have imagined that even after chasing Yang Kai through the star territory, the distance between them didn't show any signs of closing? In terms of speed alone, this little brat was actually neck and neck with him. What young master says is correct. This little brat must have used some kind of secret technique to overdraw his strength, but young master can rest assured that once his secret technique fails, his speed will drop greatly. With Master Zilong's ability, he will definitely be able to capture him easily. Su Wei saw Zidong's anger and quickly tried to appease him. Yang Kai wasn't worried that Zidong would be angered to death, but rather that they were now under the eaves. If Zidong had nowhere to vent his anger and decided to vent it on Yang Kai instead, wouldn't Yang Kai have to take the blame for Yang Kai? He wouldn't do such a stupid thing. All he wanted was to be safe and sound, and he didn't dare ask for anything else. Zidong glanced at him sideways, causing Su Wei's heart to beat rapidly. Not knowing what this young master was thinking, he could only smile awkwardly. Are you sure he's using some kind of secret technique? Are you sure his secret technique will fail? Zidong asked. This? Su Wei was suddenly at a loss for words. Damn, didn't you just say he's using some kind of secret technique? This old master was just following your words, but now you're asking this old master again? Are you a fucking pig? Su Wei cursed in his heart and was extremely angry, but he didn't dare show it on his face, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Waste. Zidong cursed before turning his head away and no longer looking at him. Su Wei smiled apologetically and said, Yes, yes, this old servant is waste. This old master won't bother with you anymore. Su Wei secretly swore in his heart. While the two of them were talking, Zilong's eyes were staring deeply ahead. His eyesight was also extremely strong, so even though he was thousands of kilometers away, he could still see the situation on Yang Kai's side. Yang Kai had indeed used some kind of secret technique, one that allowed him to grow wings on his back. Zilong had never cultivated this kind of secret technique before. However, he also knew that such a thing didn't consume much of the cultivator's strength, so it was impossible for him to expect Yang Kai's secret technique to fail and exhaust himself. Zilong glanced back again and frowned. Just as he had expected, an Guang and that ghastly guy had also chased after him. They were also several thousand miles away from him. A long delay was fraught with dreams. If he allowed Yang Kai to join up with the two behind him, things would become troublesome. With this in mind, Zilong suddenly opened his mouth and slowly exhaled. Along with this exhalation, a shuttle-shaped artifact suddenly appeared. This is... Zidong seemed to be seeing this thing for the first time. His eyes couldn't help shining. Su Wei also frowned. Even with his experience, he couldn't tell what this thing was. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely be surprised, because this thing looked very similar to High Heaven Sect's small starship. Back then, in addition to refining an Origin King-grade starship, Yang Kai had also equipped it with another small starship. This one was also shuttle-shaped. Shattering Void Shuttle. Zilong said faintly, a senior of my purple star obtained this refining method from the great emperors tens of thousands of years ago, but due to his limited ability, he was only able to refine a single one. Moreover, there are some flaws in it, but it's enough to chase this little brat. It should be more than enough. All of you come up. Saying so, Zilong waved his hand, and the Shattering Void Shuttle expanded into a 10-meter-long object in the blink of an eye. A secret door appeared on the shuttle, and the trio entered. They went inside. Both Su Wei and Zidong watched in amazement as they discovered that the interior of this Shattering Void Shuttle was engraved with many complex spirit arrays, each of which was inlaid with many high-rank saint crystals. Su Wei, preside over this spirit array. Zilong pointed to a spot. Turning to Su Wei, Zidong ordered, Master Zilong, please enlighten this old servant as to what he should do. Just sit on top of the spirit array and pour your saint chi into it, Zilong explained. Old servant understands. Su Wei immediately sat down cross-legged in the middle of the spirit array, but before he could pour his saint chi into it, his face changed and he let out a muffled groan. Because at this moment, this spirit array was actively extracting his saint chi at an extremely fast rate. This caused his expression to change drastically. He instinctively wanted to jump out, but as soon as he met Zilong's cold eyes, he shrank back and sat back down. Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and the son of a mouse only knows how to dig holes. This father and son pair is really nothing good. Su Wei's heart was filled with scars from this torture, a tragic sight to behold. No wonder Zilong said that this shattering void shuttle had flaws. It turned out that it required a cultivator's saint chi to use it. Moreover, looking at the power of this spirit array, an ordinary cultivator would not be able to withstand it at all. Even an origin king like himself would not be able to last long before his saint chi ran dry. Donglai, you sit here, Zilong pointed to another spirit array and said to Zidong. Yes, father. Zidong did not hesitate and sat down on the other spirit array. Zilong then chose the third spirit array. The three sat cross-legged inside the shattering void shuttle and opened the spirit array. In an instant, the shattering void shuttle buzzed and shot forward. Its speed was definitely much faster than Zilong's, as if it was capable of shattering space itself, quite fitting of the shattering void shuttle's name. Haha, little brat, let's see where you can run now. Zidong laughed as he sat on top of the spirit array. After circulating his saint chi, he found that he was closely connected to the shattering void shuttle, allowing him to clearly sense Yang Kai's position. Zidong could not help feeling overjoyed. This way, he could enjoy watching Yang Kai flee in embarrassment. Chapter 1800. Back in the Medicine Valley, Zidong had been repeatedly humiliated by Yang Kai, but that place was filled with 7-colored radiant light, so Zidong had nowhere to vent his anger. Anger was like fine wine. It would ferment over time. Zidong couldn't wait to drink Yang Kai's blood and eat Yang Kai's flesh. At this moment, sitting inside the shattering void shuttle, Zidong was already imagining the wonderful scene of him capturing Yang Kai and tormenting him. Thinking of this, Zidong couldn't help chuckling wickedly. When this laughter reached Su Wei's ears, he couldn't help shivering. He didn't know what this idiot Zidong had thought of to make him laugh so disgustingly, but Su Wei didn't dare ask and simply poured his saint chi into the spirit array below him. What the hell is that? Yang Kai, who was fleeing a few thousand kilometers away, also noticed the abnormality behind him at this moment. Although he did not see the shattering void shuttle, the other party's purple light had disappeared, so it was obvious. Moreover, the distance between them was getting closer and closer. In just a dozen breaths of time, Zidong had closed 1,000 kilometers. If this situation continued, wouldn't it only take a stick of incense worth of time to catch up? Yang Kai was taken aback, and his expression suddenly became ugly. For now, the only thing Yang Kai could rely on was his space force, but his space force was not inexhaustible. Just like Saint Chi and spiritual energy, it would take time to restore it if he used it too much. At this moment, Yang Kai was recovering, but seeing Zilong and the others quickly catching up, how could he have the leisure to wait? Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai took out a piece of space spirit crystal from his space ring, held it in his palm, and began to madly absorb the energy from it. This space spirit crystal was something he had found in a void crack in the severed world. It was the purest space spirit crystal, a product born from the void, completely different from the mineral lodes. A stream of pure and mysterious energy poured into Yang Kai's body, making him feel extremely comfortable. The space force in his body, which had been depleted, was being replenished at a speed visible to the naked eye. You want to compete with me in speed? I'll make you eat my dust. Yang Kai checked his condition and felt that other than the wound on his chest that still needed some time to heal, everything else should be fine. He was relieved. The power of space lingered around his body, and with a slight sway of his body, he was already several hundred miles away. In the blink of an eye, another few hundred miles had passed. Now that his comprehension of the Tao of space had reached a new height, the distance he could teleport was countless times greater than before. After using the power of space to move several times, the distance between the two sides was once again widened. What? Inside the shattering void shuttle, Zidonglai, who had been fantasizing about torturing Yang Kai, was startled. He almost bit his own tongue, because at this moment, he discovered something. The distance between them and Yang Kai had increased again. Even the shattering void shuttle can't keep up with his speed? Zilong's face was filled with shock. The refining method for the shattering void shuttle was obtained by one of Purple Star's ancestors from the Great Emperors. Although the refining level was not high enough and there were flaws in the process, as long as it was related to the Great Emperors, how could it be bad? Zidonglai had always thought that the shattering void shuttle existed within the territory of Purple Star. As the fastest artifact, there was no one or anything that could compare with the shattering void shuttle. But now, reality had slapped him hard in the face. In front of Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of space, even with the power of the shattering void shuttle, they could only eat dust from afar. No, they might not even be able to eat dust. This boy must be killed as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be no end to our troubles. Zilong was horrified as a look of dread appeared on his face. The next moment, he shouted at Suwei, "Suwei, what are you still hesitating for? Why haven't you used your full strength yet?" Suwei's mouth twitched as his heart filled with bitterness. He was just sitting inside the spirit array, but he was already being tortured by the spirit array's power. Yang Kai felt the Saint Chi in his body being drained out like a flood. At this moment, Zilong was actually telling him to use his full strength. Wasn't this simply asking for his life? "Suwei, do you want to die? It turns out you haven't used your full strength yet." Zidonglai was furious as he glared at Suwei. "Young master, please calm down, young master. Old servant will go all out." As soon as Suwei met Zidonglai's eyes, he broke out in cold sweat. He knew that if he dared to argue, he would really lose his life. Zidonglai, this little bastard, was not easy to deal with. Without any hesitation, Suwei pushed his Saint Chi and poured even more of it into the spirit array. With a buzz, the shattering void shuttle's speed increased dramatically. "Ha, it's really fast. Let's see if you're finished this time." Zidonglai had gone completely crazy as he sat on the spot and shouted. A few thousand kilometers away, Yang Kai frowned. "It can actually speed up? Interesting. Since that's the case, let's follow from a distance. Let's see how long you can keep up. But why does this thing look so familiar? It looks like the small starship Yang Yin refined." Deep in his heart, Suwei was puzzled. How could he have known that the refining method for this thing was actually passed down from Yang Yin? It was just that Purple Star's ability to refine this starship was somewhat lacking compared to the one refined by Yang Yin himself. The starship refined by Yang Yin could truly shatter space. For a time, a drama of escape and pursuit played out in the Starry Sky territory. As time passed, Yang Kai's injuries gradually healed. His physique was extremely strong, and his golden blood had an astonishing restorative ability, so he didn't need to do much as the places he had been injured by the divine bird were constantly repairing themselves. If it had been any other cultivator receiving such an impact, even if they didn't die, they would have been severely injured. After his injuries healed, Yang Kai became more and more relaxed. He controlled his star shuttle unhurriedly, and when he noticed that the shattering void shuttle behind him was closing in, he would use space blink a few times to open up the distance between them. When he was far enough away, he would slow down and allow them to catch up. This kind of fishing method made Zilong and Zidonglai feel so depressed that they almost vomited blood. After so many days of chasing, both father and son were in a terrible mood, the veins on their foreheads bulging. Suwei had almost lost his human form. It wasn't until now that he discovered that the spirit array was not only extracting his Saint Chi, but also his source strength. A cultivator's source strength was similar to the source strength of a cultivation star. When one's source strength was consumed, their vitality would be lost, making it extremely difficult to replenish. Suwei had long wanted to give up. However, due to Zidong's tyrannical power, How could he dare to give up so easily? He could only grit his teeth and sit on the spirit array while taking pills to supplement his losses. All the while, he had to endure the spirit array's extraction. Today, Elder Su, who used to be majestic and awe-inspiring in the past, had become skin and bones, and his originally black hair had turned silver-white. He looked so old that no one could bear to look at him directly. He had never expected that he, a dignified origin king, would fall into such a pitiful state. The resentment in his heart towards Zilong and Zidonglai was monstrous. Even so, Zidong was still dissatisfied with his performance and constantly cursed him for being a waste. In Zidong's opinion, the reason why the shattering void shuttle couldn't catch up with Yang Kai was all because Su Wei was useless. If Su Wei had been useful, they would have already succeeded and returned to Purple Star joyfully. A celebratory banquet would have been held, so how could they have followed Yang Kai's ass? Su Wei, take this. Zilong suddenly took out a spirit pill from his space ring and handed it to Su Wei. Su Wei opened his turbid eyes and glanced at it, his heart skipping a beat as he subconsciously asked, "What kind of pill is this?" This spirit pill was blood red in color. A strong bloody aura wafted towards Su Wei's face, one that was nauseating and seemed to contain a sense of violence. Su Wei didn't dare to take this pill lightly as he was almost at the end of his tether. Any accident could kill him. I told you to take it, so take it. What's with all this nonsense? Zidong shouted angrily. However, when he looked at this spirit pill, an imperceptible reluctance flashed across his eyes. Su Wei saw this change in Zidong's eyes and immediately understood what this spirit pill was. Grand Emperor Blood Pill, Zilong quickly said. The next moment, Su Wei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets without any hesitation. Grabbing the Grand Emperor Blood Pill, Su Wei stuffed it into his mouth. In an instant, Su Wei let out a muffled groan as a rich blood and qi energy erupted from his thin body. His body seemed to be inflated as it gradually expanded. His originally dry skin also began to become rosy, and his white hair turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ha! Su Wei laughed loudly and suddenly became lively, as if he had become several hundred years younger. Master Zilong, this Su Wei is extremely grateful for this pill. Young Master may rest assured. Young Master will do his best. Su Wei said in a deep voice before immediately pushing his Saint Qi and pouring it into the spirit array beneath him. Zilong nodded lightly as a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. The Grand Emperor Blood Pill was an Origin King Grade spirit pill that only the Origin King Grade alchemist of Purple Star could refine. Even Zilong, the master of Purple Star, only had 2 of these pills in his possession. These were the only ones he had in stock for nearly 100 years, both of which were used to save lives at critical moments. Although the efficacy of this spirit pill was not as good as the legendary Immortal Source Liquid, it was still extremely heaven-defying, as could be seen from the changes Su Wei had undergone. If not for the urgency of the situation, how could Zilong be willing to give this spirit pill to Su Wei? However, if he wanted to activate the Shattering Void Shuttle, Su Wei was a key and indispensable factor, so in desperation, Zilong could only grit his teeth. Zilong believed that with the support of the Grand Emperor Blood Pill, Su Wei would be able to hold on for a long time. As long as he could capture Yang Kai, Zilong would be able to obtain a return 10,000 times over. Su Wei, it's up to you. If you succeed this time, this king will have his son remove your soul brand, Zilong said lightly. Su Wei's body trembled as a look of extreme eagerness appeared on his face. Nodding, he did not say a word and went all out. He was an Origin King, but now he was under the control of a brat like Zidong, causing him to lose all faith and fear in the future. At this moment, Zidong's words had undoubtedly given him hope for the future, so he no longer held back and only hoped to catch up with Yang Kai as soon as possible to complete his task. Chapter 1801. Where did they go? Inside Starfield, in Aiguang, Gurezu, and Shuiyu looked around. A quarter of an hour ago, they had lost sight of Zilong, his son, and Su Wei. At that time, they only saw the flash of an artifact appear in the direction of Zilong and the others, but soon, Zilong and the others had fled. What did they use? How did their speed suddenly increase so much? Shui was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Now she could only chase after Zilong to determine the direction of Yang Kai. But now that she had lost track of Zilong, where was she supposed to find Yang Kai? Yang Kai carrying the immortal tree was bound to attract endless trouble, so she did not feel comfortable letting Yang Kai act alone. If she and the others rushed over, they could at least help him. The shattering void shuttle. And Guang's eyes flashed. It turns out that Purple Star really has something like the shattering void shuttle. I always thought the rumors were false. The shattering void shuttle? Is it very powerful? Guizhu asked. It's a personal artifact passed down from the great emperors. What do you think? And Guang glanced at him leisurely. A personal artifact of the great emperors? Guizhu's face changed as he muttered. That's not entirely correct. And Guang pondered for a moment before saying, it's a refining method passed down from the great emperors and refined by Purple Star's artifact refiners. You scared me, Guizhu said with some lingering fear. If it really was a personal artifact passed down from the great emperors, no one in this star territory would be able to stop it, but if it was just a refining method passed down by the great emperors, it was not so terrifying. Even so, the shattering void shuttle is the fastest artifact in the entire star territory. Now that we've lost track of them, how are we supposed to chase them? And Guang frowned. The star territory was so vast. Only the heavens knew which direction Yang Kai, Zilong, and the others had gone. As long as they deviated even a little bit, they would be thousands of kilometers off course. Heh. Fortunately, this old master had a card up his sleeve. Guizhu suddenly seemed to think of something and chuckled. Oh, you have a way? And Guang looked at Guizhu in surprise, his originally disappointed eyes now filled with pleasant surprise. Yes, please wait for a moment. Saying so, Guizhu suddenly waved his hand and summoned out his 10,000 soul banner. Immediately afterwards, he began forming a series of mysterious hand seals. A moment later, with a serious expression, he pointed at the 10,000 soul banner and shouted, "Go!" The myriad soul banner shook slightly and suddenly turned into a black gas that flew in a certain direction. Follow this old master. Guizhu waved his hand and flew off in the direction of the 10,000 soul banner, and Guang followed along with Shuiyu. Not long after they left, in the originally empty territory of the star, a vague figure appeared stealthily. This person's entire body was in a translucent state. The aura and vitality fluctuations on his body were suppressed to the limit. If one didn't examine him closely, they wouldn't be able to detect him at all. This person was none other than the Elder of Galaxy Ridge, Kong Fa. Arriving at the place where Guizhu and the others had stopped before, Yang Kai stared in the direction they had left in, a great struggle taking place in his heart. Follow me, or not? If he followed, with his first-order origin king cultivation, he was afraid he would be in danger. But if he did not follow, knowing that the immortal tree was right in front of him, he was reluctant to do so. After only a moment of consideration, Kong Fa grit his teeth and quietly followed behind Guizhu and the others. Facing the temptation of the immortal tree, Kong Fa could not resist at all. He hoped that his luck would be good enough for him to fish in troubled waters while those masters fought to the death. The martial Tao was boundless, and the star territory was boundless. This chase between several groups of people in the boundless star territory lasted for 5 months. Yang Kai took the lead the entire time, teasing Zilong and the others who were chasing after him with a relaxed expression on his face. He had already fully recovered. It would have been easy for him to get rid of Zilong and the others. However, he did not do so. He wanted to give Zilong and the others a big surprise, so he had been running at a leisurely pace until he noticed that the shattering void shuttle behind him had slowed down. Yang Kai took the initiative to stop for a while and wait for them to catch up. Behind him, inside the shattering void shuttle, Zilong and his son were seething with anger. For 5 months, they had been unable to catch up to Yang Kai. Zilong could not believe that an origin-returning realm master could maintain such a high speed and possess such terrifying perseverance and inexhaustible strength. He had long noticed that something was wrong. Yang Kai's approach made him feel like he was fishing for a fish. Yang Kai was the fisherman, and he and the others were the stupid fish. But even if he noticed that something was wrong, Zilong could not give up so easily. Things had already reached this point, so giving up was tantamount to failure. How could Zilong accept this? As such, he grit his teeth and continued to chase after Yang Kai. Su Wei, who had taken the great emperor blood pill once, had once again become a bag of bones, and this time, his situation was even more serious than the last time. His eyes had become extremely turbid, and there were specks of white light within them. Sitting inside the spirit array, his skinny body was on the verge of collapse, as if he would die at any moment. Zidong scolded him from time to time, but Su Wei did not have the strength to respond. In his current situation, an ordinary cultivator would have died long ago. Fortunately, Su Wei was an Origin King Realm Master, so he was barely able to maintain his last breath. However, after this incident, he would definitely become a cripple and would not live for long. Behind them, Gurei Zhu, who had used his secret technique, led an Guang and Shui Yu as they searched for Yang Kai's location, while chasing after him with all their strength. Kong Fa was at the end of the group, and no one seemed to know of his existence. It's been too long. Old Ghost, are you sure Yang Kai is still alive? Was he not caught by Zilong? An Guang asked loudly as he chased after Gurei Zhu. Yang Boy is safe, you can rest assured. This old master left a 10,000 soul banner's co-soul in his body that day in the severed world. If he dies, that co-soul will definitely dissipate. Now, this old master is relying on the subtle connection between the 10,000 soul banner and the co-soul to determine his location. This old master is naturally certain of this. That's good. As Guang spoke, he glanced over at Shui Yu and saw that she was also breathing a sigh of relief, causing him to sigh secretly. If this trip was not related to the immortal tree and Shui Yu, he would not have continued this pursuit. He had never experienced such a long chase before. Even when he was seriously injured and was being hunted down, it had only lasted a month. At that time, President AIO had brought a large number of brothers to rescue him and slaughtered all his enemies in one fell swoop, venting his anger. Now that he thought about it, the events of 1,000 years ago were still vivid in his mind. Oh, as he spoke, Gurei Zhu's face suddenly changed. What's wrong? Gurei Zhu turned his head and looked at Guang in amazement, slowly saying, my co-soul disappeared. What? Guang was shocked. Shui Yu heard this and her face also turned pale, almost fainting. Just now, Gurei Zhu said that as long as Yang Kai was alive, his 10,000 soul banner could form a subtle connection with his co-soul, but now that his co-soul had disappeared, didn't that mean that Yang Kai, Shui Yu didn't dare to think about it anymore, her eyes turning red and tears threatening to flow out. Are you sure? Guang called out. Wait. Gurei Zhu frowned and looked around, a thoughtful look on his face. Why does this damned place feel so familiar to this old master? What time is it? Why are you still studying this place? Guang kept winking at Gurei Zhu, hinting that Shui Yu's situation was not good and that he should quickly say something good to smooth things over. Gurei Zhu's eyes suddenly lit up and he laughed. This old master remembers, so it was here. Fuck. Even though Guang was usually gentle and refined, he couldn't help cursing at this moment, thinking that this old ghost had a pig's brain. This old master's eyes were so bright, yet he couldn't see it. Gurei Zhu didn't care at all and instead grinned meaningfully as he turned to Shui Yu and said, Girl, don't worry, Yang Boy isn't dead. But you just said... Shui Yu looked at him worriedly. I didn't say Yang Boy was dead. I just said his co-soul was gone, Gurei Zhu chuckled. Just now, this old master was anxious and didn't sense it clearly. And, let me put it this way, the co-soul is gone, but it wasn't destroyed, rather. How should I put it? It's like if this old master was in the severed world, he wouldn't be able to sense his co-soul outside. Do you know what I mean? What are you trying to say? Guang squinted at him. Haha, this old master just wants you to know that Yang Boy isn't dead, and this old master already knows where he's going. Gurei Zhu laughed loudly. He stretched out his hand and summoned back his 10,000 soul banner before waving his hand. Let's go. I believe Zilong is so depressed he's about to vomit blood right now. You know that too? Guang didn't believe him at all. He felt that this old ghost was too unreliable. He didn't know whether Yang Kai's sect was lucky or unlucky to have him. Hehe, Just wait and see. The trio continued forward. After an hour, Enai Guang's eyes suddenly shrank as he stared at a few figures standing in the void not far ahead. Who else could it be but Zilong? Perceiving the auras of Enai Guang and the others, Zilong turned his head and glared at them coldly. Staring at each other, Enai Guang laughed loudly. Haha, that bastard really has a depressed expression. I knew it, Guizhu nodded, as if he had expected this. How did you know? Enai Guang was really curious this time. He didn't succeed, so naturally he would be depressed. After chasing for 5 months, he suddenly lost track of young boy. How do you imagine he would feel? Guizhu explained faintly. Enai Guang frowned and pondered for a moment before exhaling fiercely. He feels very sullen, especially when Yang Kai is an origin-returning realm master. Damn, if I were Zilong, I would commit suicide. After saying so, Guizhu laughed gloatingly. Wait, how do you know Yang Kai escaped? Enai Guang suddenly realized something and looked at Guizhu in surprise. Because this place. I've been here before, and I've been here for 2,000 years, so I know young boy escaped, and I know where he escaped to. Chapter 1802. See. Enai Guang looked at Guizhu like he was an idiot. You've been here for 2,000 years? What is so good about this place that makes you so reluctant to leave? Looking around, he did not find anything special about this place. Do you think this old master wanted to? Guizhu's face suddenly became ugly. This old master was trapped here for 2,000 years. Do you know what it's like to be trapped for 2,000 years? It's worse than death. Thinking back to those 2,000 years, Guizhu couldn't help shivering. Guizhu's roar caused Enai Guang's complexion to change drastically. You were trapped for 2,000 years. Yes, so that's how it is. No wonder I've never heard of you before. It turns out you were trapped for 2,000 years. So, you've only just escaped? It's all thanks to young boy. Otherwise, this old master would likely still be trapped. Guizhu nodded. This place can trap a master like you? Enai Guang looked confused. Why can't I see any danger here? This is the chaotic abyss, right? Shuiyu, who had been observing her surroundings, suddenly said thoughtfully. Little girl's knowledge is not shallow. Guizhu grinned. This is the chaotic abyss. What? This is the chaotic abyss? Enai Guang's face changed. The rumored extremely dangerous place in Star's territory? What's wrong, are you afraid? Guizhu squinted at him. Nonsense. I heard that even if an Origin King Realm Master comes here, they may die without a burial. You think I'm not afraid? Heh, the rumors aren't wrong. The chaotic abyss is usually peaceful and has no danger, but if a chaotic vortex appears and one is sucked into it, one may be crushed to pieces. Guizhu sneered. This old master was hunted down by his enemies and had no choice but to flee to this place to seek refuge. However, I was suddenly sucked into that chaotic vortex. That didn't kill you? You're quite tenacious. Enai Guang was shocked. This old master's life is indeed tenacious, being sucked into that vortex and trapped for 2,000 years until young boy was also sucked in, allowing him to bring me out. Guizhu took a deep breath. It was because of this incident that Yang Kai became acquainted with Guizhu. However, ever since they escaped, the two of them never met again until this trip to the severed world. Senior, according to what you said, Yang Kai has gone to, Young boy went to the place where this old master was trapped before. Guizhu grinned. Shuiyu's expression suddenly changed. Don't worry, don't forget what kind of power young boy is proficient in. Back then, the reason why this old man was able to escape was all thanks to him bringing this old man through the spatial crack. Since he can enter now, he must have full confidence. Moreover, once he's inside, Zilong can only watch helplessly. All we need to do is wait quietly outside. Maybe little brat Yang will run out on his own someday. Isn't it dangerous to wait here? Enai Guang worriedly said. Although the chaotic abyss was peaceful at the moment, if a chaotic vortex appeared, it would be a matter of life and death. What's there to be afraid of? Chaotic vortexes won't appear anytime soon. Guizhu was not afraid at all. If that's the case, then let's wait. Let me say this first. This old man has a lot of things to do in the Chamber of Commerce. We can't delay for too long. This old master will wait here for 2 months at most, Guang said while quietly glancing over at Shuiyu. Although he said this to Guizhu, he was actually speaking to Shuiyu. Since she knew that Yang Kai had hidden inside a chaotic vortex and was no longer in danger, Shuiyu should be able to rest assured and not wait here all the time. As you wish. This old master will wait for young boy to come out, Guizhu chuckled. As the group spoke, they arrived not far from Zilong and the others. Zilong was in a bad mood, so when he saw Guang and the others arrive, he could not help snorting coldly. Guang didn't bother to respond. Before, the two of them had fought in the severed world. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Now that they had shed all pretense of cordiality, there was no need for them to exchange pleasantries. So Guang separated from Zilong and the others and waited quietly. On the floating continent, Yang Kai tore through space and appeared leisurely. This place could be regarded as his first stop in scattered star territory. It was here that he met Guizhu and saw what it meant to be an origin king. It was here that he realized just how small and insignificant he was at that time, and secretly vowed to work hard to cultivate and make himself stronger. Returning here after several dozen years, Yang Kai could not help feeling a little emotional. Although his cultivation had not reached the origin king realm yet, he was no longer a weakling. In the past, he had been easily captured by a few saints, but now, he could easily destroy 10 million saints with a wave of his hand. The floating continent was the safest haven Yang Kai could use to avoid Zilong's pursuit. Before he left, Yang Kai had left behind a trace of his divine sense deep below the floating continent, so he could follow the connection between that trace of divine sense and himself and accurately pinpoint the location of the floating continent, allowing him to use space principles to arrive here. Standing in place and taking a deep breath, Yang Kai felt both physically and mentally comfortable. He didn't know how the floating continent came to be. This floating continent wasn't very big, only about 200,000 or 300,000 miles in circumference. However, this continent was full of spirit chi and countless treasures. In the past, Yang Kai had collected a lot of origin king great herbs here. When he came to the floating continent for the second time, Yang Kai found that the world energy aura here was much richer than before. He did not know what mysteries this place had to offer to produce such a change. However, strictly speaking, the floating continent should be regarded as an extremely small star because it had its own world principles and its own source. If it was given enough time, perhaps it could really become a cultivation star. Could it be that all the stars in scattered star territory were born this way? Yang Kai thought about it thoughtfully but could not figure it out. Haha, someone has finally come here. Suddenly, a burst of laughter filled with excitement rang out. Yang Kai frowned and turned his head in amazement. He had not expected that there would be someone else on this floating continent. However, when he saw the face of this person, he suddenly understood. The person who spoke was someone he actually knew. Lu Guichun. A name that Yang Kai had almost forgotten suddenly appeared in his mind. This person was a cultivator of Purple Star. When Yang Kai was captured by Purple Star's cultivator and taken into a Purple Star starship, Lu Guichun was the leader. Moreover, Lu Guichun had placed a seal on Yang Kai's body. At that time, Lu Guichun was the same as Yushi of Sword Union, a second-order Saint King. In Yang Kai's opinion, he was already a high and mighty cultivator, so he was powerless against Lu Guichun's seal. At that time, the two great forces of Purple Star and Sword Union had a total of several hundred cultivators, but as Guizhu experimented with the space array, countless people died and only a few survived. In the end, when Yang Kai took Yushi, her master, Guizhu, and the others away from the floating continent, he did not take Lu Guichun with him and instead left him to his own devices. How could Yang Kai have imagined that he would see this guy again on the floating continent several dozen years later? If he had not taken the initiative to find him, Yang Kai would have almost forgotten about him. Friend, were you also caught up in that chaotic vortex? Lu Guichun seemed to have not spoken to anyone for several dozen years and was very enthusiastic as soon as they met, but after speaking, he frowned and stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. In the next moment, his eyes lit up as he pointed at Yang Kai and trembled. It's you. It's actually you. He obviously remembered Yang Kai. After all, it was Yang Kai who had taken Guizhu and the others away from this damned place while abandoning him here. Lu Guiqian had been cursing Yang Kai all these years, so now that his enemy was right in front of him, he was naturally envious. Haha. Yang Kai chuckled lightly as he swept his eyes over him and found that Lu Guiqian's condition was quite good. What's more, his cultivation had actually reached the second-order origin returning realm. Breaking through from the second-order Saint King realm to the second-order origin returning realm in just a few dozen years was a truly terrifying improvement. Such miraculous progress could only be attributed to the rich world energy aura of the floating continent and the precious treasures here. Just like Guizhu, who had stayed here for 2,000 years and broke through to the origin king realm in one fell swoop, what else could one do here besides cultivate? It's actually you. Lu Guiqian's angry look suddenly turned into one of ecstasy. Haha, the heavens really never bar one's way. I never expected you would return one day, brat. This Lu Guiqian's luck is truly profound. As soon as these words fell, his expression changed and became terrifying as he approached Yang Kai step by step, his Saint Chi pulsing as he viciously shouted, "Boy, obediently cooperate with this king and take this king out of this damned place. Otherwise, this king will make sure you die without an intact corpse." This king? Yang Kai raised his brow and sneered, "In front of me, do you dare call yourself this king? Brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, just wait until this king captures you." Lu Guiqian saw Yang Kai not putting him in his eyes and was furious, raising his hand to grab Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood in place, not showing any intention of dodging, instead staring at Lu Guiqian with a strange look in his eyes. This look caused Lu Guiqian's heart to clench as he subconsciously felt that something was wrong. It was as if he was a sheep that had dared to attack a tiger. However, now that the arrow had been knocked on the bow, Lu Guiqian had no choice but to release it. Lu Guiqian didn't have time to think too much and rushed forward, arriving directly in front of Yang Kai, grabbing Yang Kai's shoulder and pouring his Saint Chi madly into Yang Kai's body, trying to subdue him. This little brat. It seems he's just playing tricks. Seeing that Yang Kai was easily caught, Lu Guiqian was overjoyed. After succeeding in this move, Lu Guiqian coldly shouted, "If you don't want to die, don't move. This king still has a use for your life. If you dare resist, this king can't guarantee. Scram." Yang Kai saw Lu Guiqian's incessant chatter and felt irritated, pushing his Saint Chi fiercely. In the next moment, Lu Guiqian's face changed greatly as he noticed that the Saint Chi he poured into Yang Kai's body was like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Instead, a force burst out from Yang Kai's body that Lu Guiqian couldn't resist at all, rushing up his arm and into his heart, his 5 viscera unable to resist. Chapter 1803. As if struck by a bolt of lightning, Lu Guiqian's body was sent flying backwards, coughing up a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground like a dead fish. After landing, he quickly got up and stared at Yang Kai in horror, trembling as he shouted, "You! This is impossible." He had not checked Yang Kai's cultivation before because in his opinion, Yang Kai's strength was definitely inferior to his. After all, this little brat was just a Saint Realm cultivator back then, while Lu Guiqian had been enjoying the rich world energy and countless precious treasures on this floating continent all these years, allowing his cultivation to rapidly improve. Back then, Lu Guiqian was countless times stronger than this little brat, so how could he not be his opponent now? Lu Guiqian did not put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. But the moment Yang Kai's Saint Chi counterattacked, Lu Guiqian realized that something was wrong. This little brat's Saint Chi was much more vigorous and pure than his own. Comparing the quality of his second-order origin returning realm Saint Chi to Yang Kai was like comparing a firefly to the moon. This made Lu Guiqian unable to believe his eyes. Is this little brat already an origin king? Only now did Lu Guiqian remember to release his divine sense to investigate Yang Kai. Third-order origin returning realm. After confirming Yang Kai's realm, Lu Guiqian's complexion changed drastically and he fell to the ground, losing the ability to think as he muttered, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" He could not believe what he had just sensed. In just a few dozen years, This little brat in front of him had actually jumped from the Saint realm to the Third Order Origin returning realm. What kind of terrifying speed and aptitude was this? Could it be that the passage of time in this damned place was different from the outside world? Even though he had stayed here for a few dozen years, it had actually been a few hundred years outside? Otherwise, how could this little brat have such a terrifying cultivation? All kinds of bizarre thoughts flashed through Lu Guichen's mind as he was completely dumbfounded. Seeing his grief-stricken appearance, Yang Kai could not help sneering, ignorant. Lu Guichen was not a master in Purple Star, so the information he had access to was limited. In fact, not to mention himself, even Gu Jin Xian and Zidong's cultivation speed was definitely not slow. But if one really had to compare, they were still far inferior to him. After all, they all had powerful forces backing them up, so they didn't need to worry about cultivation resources. They also had many powerful cultivators to personally instruct them. On the other hand, he was the one who had wandered the entire way, relying on his own groping, occasionally meeting one or two benefactors. Only then did he receive some pointers. On this point, Yang Kai knew that he couldn't compare to the young masters of those large factions. But it was precisely because of this that he had to rely on himself to fumble around. That was why his comprehension of the heavenly Tao and martial arts was much deeper than theirs. She cast a sidelong glance at him. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "I regret not killing you back then." Lu Guichen couldn't help shivering, his dazed eyes recovering some clarity as he coldly snorted, "What do you want?" Even if Yang Kai's cultivation was one level higher than his, so what? Lu Guichen felt that if he attacked with all his strength, Yang Kai might not be able to kill him easily, so after regaining his composure, his tone became much harsher. "It seems that your strength has improved quite a bit over the years. You must have taken a lot of precious treasures, right? TSK. But looking at the Saint Chi floating in your body, there are a lot of impurities in your body. It seems that you've been swallowing them raw. Do you know that this is a waste of the medicinal efficacies of those precious treasures? On top of that, eating too much isn't good for your body." Listening to Yang Kai's words, a trace of panic flashed across Lu Guichen's eyes, because he found that the other party wasn't wrong at all. These years, he had been alone on the floating continent, unable to do anything but cultivate. In the first few years, he had tried to find a way to escape from this place, but as time passed, he gave up. Even a character like Gu Zhu had been trapped here for 2,000 years, so how could he possibly escape? After thinking it through, Lu Guichen only wanted to improve his strength so that one day he could rely on his own ability to break through the void and escape from this damned place. To improve his strength, he naturally needed to take some precious treasures. But he was not an alchemist. Even if he collected herbs on the floating continent, he couldn't refine them, so he could only swallow them raw like a monster beast. The result of this was that the impurities of these herbs were accumulating in his body, making them extremely difficult to resolve. Now, they had begun to affect his cultivation, and every time he circulated his Saint Chi, his meridians would ache slightly. Lu Guichen didn't know what the consequences would be in the long run, but he knew that this was definitely not a good sign. Now that his situation had been seen through by Yang Kai, Lu Guichen's eyes couldn't help lighting up. "You know about my condition? Do you know how to resolve it?" "So what if I know?" Yang Kai's nostrils flared up, not putting him in his eyes at all. "Teach me." "Ha." Yang Kai laughed. "Are you joking? I haven't settled accounts with you yet for what happened back then." Back then, he had been captured by a cultivator from Purple Star and had been sealed by Lu Guichen, making it impossible for him to use his Saint Chi and nearly dying. Yang Kai had never forgotten this incident. "It's been so many years. What's the point of bringing up what happened back then? What's more, didn't you not die back then? Quickly teach me how to resolve this, and I'll give you some benefits," Lu Guichen said hurriedly. Yang Kai sneered, looking him up and down for a moment before frowning. "Where's your space ring? You've been here for so many years, so you must have collected a lot of precious treasures, right? Where did your ring go?" "How could I have a ring?" Lu Guichen shouted. "Don't you remember? Everyone's rings were taken away by Gu Zhu back then." "Oh, so that's how it is. I forgot." Yang Kai suddenly realized. In order to refine a space array, Guizhu had taken away the space rings of everyone who had fallen here just to extract a few space spirit crystals from them. In the end, his experiment ended in complete failure. If you don't have a space ring, then you must have hidden all the good stuff away? Yang Kai looked at Lu Guichen and said, "What do you want to do?" Lu Guichen's face sank as he stared at Yang Kai vigilantly, as if he was looking at a bandit who was about to rob him. "I'll tell you now, I did hide those things, but they were hidden in a very safe place. Without me, you won't be able to find them in your lifetime." "Don't be so nervous," Yang Kai chuckled. "Let me guess. In this place, the only ready-made residence is the cave mansion left behind by Guizhu. You should have lived there all these years. Precious treasures." Lu Guichen remained calm, not showing the slightest panic as he stared at Yang Kai and sneered. "Precious treasures, of course, couldn't have been hidden there," Yang Kai continued. The smile on Lu Guichen's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a somewhat stunned look. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so astute. "A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Of course one can't put all their eggs in one basket," Yang Kai laughed. "Himph, you think you're so smart? So what if you guess this? Although this place isn't big, it's still easy to hide something. You won't tell me how to dissolve it. Don't even think about getting anything from me. I'm not afraid to tell you that all the useful herbs on this continent have been collected by me. If you want to harvest anything else, it'll take at least 100 years, Lu Guichen finished speaking and continued. "You also stayed here for a while in the past. You should know that there are many Origin King grade herbs produced here, but the medicinal efficacies of those herbs are too strong for me to dissolve with my strength. As long as you meet my requirements, I can give you everything I have." "Are you threatening me?" Yang Kai looked at him calmly and coldly snorted. "Fine, I won't waste my breath with you. I just don't want to waste those herbs, that's why I'm telling you so much. Since you're so stubborn, then, please die." There were indeed a lot of good things on the floating continent, and Yang Kai didn't want to waste them, so he tried to trick Lu Guichen, but now that he saw how difficult it was to deal with him, he gave up. In any case, his harvest from this trip to the Medicine Valley of the Severed World was already big enough, so the herbs on the floating continent were just icing on the cake. Saying so, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and summoned 2 golden blood threads. The golden blood threads twisted mid-air and transformed into 2 strange monster beast forms. These were the blood beasts Yang Kai had condensed in the Severed World, the tail-crowned snake and star king turtle. These 2 monster beasts were both peak 9th order beasts. Although after condensing them into blood beasts, their strength had declined somewhat, after all, they had a solid foundation. So it wasn't difficult for them to deal with a trivial 2nd order origin returning realm Lu Guichen. As soon as the blood beasts appeared, they rushed towards Lu Guichen with a monstrous bloody aura. "What are these?" Lu Guichen was shocked as he stared at the 2 fierce blood beasts in horror. He couldn't recognize what kind of creature these 2 monster beasts were and shouted, "Boy, do you really want to kill me? Aren't you afraid those treasures will disappear from this world along with me? You think they're treasures, but in my eyes, they're nothing more than dispensable things." Yang Kai chuckled, not caring at all. Lu Guichen really panicked this time. He thought that Yang Kai would care about those Origin King grade herbs, so he dared to talk terms with Yang Kai without fear. But now it seemed that the life-saving treasures he had been relying on were nothing. Facing the terrifying auras of these 2 blood beasts, how could he remain calm? Neither of these 2 blood beasts was something he could contend with. "Young man, wait. If you have something to say, let's talk." Lu Guichen quickly retreated to avoid the attacks of the tail-crowned snake and star emperor turtle while shouting, "This Lu is willing to offer those treasures with both hands. Please spare my life, young man." "What were you doing earlier?" Yang Kai remained unmoved and spat out a single word, "Kill." *CSI. Roar. The tail-crowned snake and star emperor turtle attacked Lu Guichen from both sides, and as the aura of death rushed towards him, Lu Guichen cried out in horror, "Don't kill me. I can tell you a secret about this continent. If you can obtain it, your future achievements will be limitless." Yang Kai's brow furrowed, and with a thought, the 2 blood beasts stopped moving. At this moment, The tail-crowned snake's fangs were less than a meter away from Lu Guichan, and the Star Emperor Turtle's tail swept towards him. But upon perceiving Yang Kai's order, it quickly changed direction and flew over his head. As the wind blew, Lu Guichan broke out in a cold sweat. He had just walked through the gates of hell. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.